Oh, yep, I'm muted. Well, welcome everybody. Welcome everybody. We are doing some blending today. We are doing more blending. I've been doing a lot of blending over the past few days, and now we are doing more blending because, and yes, I know it's a Thursday, and I know we usually do video games on Thursdays. However, the current video game is Witcher. And I don't really want to play The Witcher at the moment. Very specifically, I'm currently playing through The Witcher off camera so that I can do it silently and not have to think about it. And I'm recording it so that I can cut it up and grab the parts that are relevant and say, hey, this is what I did. Because I don't want to play The Witcher on stream. It's bad. Like, I thought I could deal with it. I really did. I thought that I could deal with a game that was, relatively old. I've done it before. Stronghold, Assassin's Creed, bunch of other stuff. The Witcher? No. The Witcher broke me. It broke me like Bane breaking Batman's back. Witcher 1, Grohl. Witcher 1. And, I have made the executive decision that Witcher 1 is going to be relegated to the archives of recording history. And once I've finished it, we will start Witcher 2, hopefully next Thursday, if I can do the shit I need to do to get it done. But until then, we blend. Because I'm enjoying Blender at the moment. I'm having fun. I'm having quite a lot of fun with Blender, actually. So yeah. This is what we have so far with our blending situation. It's the basics of the basics, really. We have the main chassis frame. We have the frames for the rear fenders, and we have the frames for the side runner and the front fenders. Today's plan is to get started on the front and the back frame for the chassis. So what we need to do today, we need to build up the frame and sort of external segments of the boot, and we need to build up the frame and external/internal segments of the bonnet. Now, as I've said before, when we did this last time, I am not a 3D modeler. I don't do this for a living. It is not my usual thing. But I am trying something new, which is important. You should try something. You should try things new. Yes, you should try things new. You should try new things every now and again, because you never know what might click. And in this instance, this game has clicked. Well, game, I say. This program has clicked. I need to do a little bit of work on this sort of interior section here. Now, you may also have noticed I am moving the camera around quite smoothly. I'm not having to do this every time I want to move stuff. No, I have acquired an add-on for Blender called UE Nav, which essentially makes it so that the Blender window navigates in the same methodology that the Unreal Engine viewport does. Which essentially means that I can WASD my way around the world, and I can make it a lot easier to get into those really nitty-gritty, itty-bitty little places. That T-bar should be on the drivetrain, I just realized. Hold on, let me pull that in. So I have been doing a little bit of work to the drivetrain as well. Making sure that all of these little sections are connected in. I think this section needs to be moved inwards and connect to the underside of the boot. We'll get to that eventually. It's not quite important right now. I've made it so this is connected. I realized that this not being connected, that's just something that the devs have left because it's not usually visible. But this not being connected into the drivetrain is actually just like that in the game. So it's something that I'm going to fix for my version. I'm not going to do it right now, but it is something that will be done. It's actually, I might, you know what? I will do it right now. It doesn't take much. Nope, I'm on the wrong object, aren't I? Yes, I am. Edit mode. L on that. Actually, no, we won't L. Just grab this and move it in. There we go. And back into object mode. And now that is connected in. So these two don't look like they're just floating empty for some reason. Have I used a car blueprint to help model the frame? Yes and no. Let me display capture real quick. So this is my desktop, everybody. Don't worry, it's a bit of a mess. But we have been using this, or part of this vehicle, as our reference piece. So this is a 1935 Duesenberg Model J. It is a very old vehicle. It is a very stylish vehicle. It is not the vehicle we are modeling. I need to make that very clear. We are not attempting to replicate this vehicle. We are using it as a base of inspiration. So the Duesenberg Model J is a lovely, lovely vehicle. But as I said, it is a base of inspiration. It is not the vehicle we are modeling. It would take a lot more time and effort to replicate exactly a Duesenberg Model J, which is something I don't want to do. Because as much as I do like the Duesenberg Model J, I do not have the patience to maintain the exact measurements required to rebuild a Duesenberg Model J in Blender. So we are using a couple of different vehicles for inspiration here. We're using the Duesenberg Model J. We're also using the 1927 Rolls-Royce Phantom. And we are using this 1938 Duesenberg as well. We're also pulling inspiration from various other vehicles throughout history. As you may have noticed, this vehicle happens to have 6 wheels, which none of the vehicles that I'm using as inspiration have. But I felt like I wanted 6 wheels, so I decided to get 6 wheels. Now, there's a few issues with our current system, or rather, there's a few issues with our current attempt, I guess, that need to be addressed. One is the fact that if we turn on the chassis here, this is the chassis from the Pacific Drive car, which is what we're modding. We're modding Pacific Drive to put a custom creation in of my own design. This is the original Pacific Drive car. As you can tell, The original Pacific Drive car is substantially wider than the Duesenberg Model J. It's substantially wider than most other, it's substantially wider than what I'm trying to build, basically. You see problem. What is problem you see, Groll? But it is substantially wider, which means I have had to squish the whole thing down. You can see that in the interior. The standard Pacific Drive interior has a separation between these seats. There's a radio in this section here. This is substantially wider in general. I have essentially squished it to fit the, or rather, I've chopped out the middle, which has allowed it to fit the frame of the chassis itself. But that still needs work. Obviously, the dashboard and the glove compartment, all of that needs to be adjusted and squished in a bit. And honestly, I may just remodel the dashboard and the glove compartment entirely, because the Duesenberg dashboard looks very different. But I don't want to use the Duesenberg dashboard because as much as it looks nice, it also it leaves a lot of empty space, and I'm not necessarily a fan of that, especially with the sort of more stylized design of Pacific Drive's actual construction. Because if we look at Pacific Drive's actual sort of construction with this screenshot here, you can see it's a lot more cartoony. Not like it's not cartoony, but it's not realistic. It's not meant to be realistic. It's meant to be stylized. And I really like that stylization. But it means that we have to sort of take various bits and pieces and work outside of the standard. We also have the 1927 Rolls. Rolls-Royce Phantom interior. I believe that's definitely not a Rolls-Royce Phantom interior. That's closer. Freewheel frame is not visible in the OG Pacific Drive car. I mean, yeah, that's kind of the point. When I mod this into Pacific Drive, I am going to have to create new mounting points for wheels at the back. And I'm going to have to move the mounting points for the wheels at the front. Because if we turn on the chassis, you can see that this wheel well is aligned. And that's my sort of alignment point with the original car. However, this wheel well at the front is not aligned. It's been shoved forward by about a foot. And the wheel well at the back, the proper rear one now, is technically aligned, but it needs an extra one shifted over. There's a lot of work that needs to go into this before it becomes viable as an actual vehicle. It's going to take a lot, and it's going to be kind of maddening to make it function. We will get there eventually. It's just, this is my deep end project. This is my deep end project for learning Blender, basically. I don't do tutorials. They don't work for me. I've never really been able to look at a tutorial and properly absorb any of the information in it. I just kind of sit there going, thing do thing, and that kind of drives me a little nuts. So this is our deep end project for Blender. It means that I dive into the deep end and I have to learn. And that's important, because putting myself in the situation where I am required to learn how to do something is important. Because if I don't do that, I will not do anything. I can't look at tutorials because tutorials just don't mesh. They don't work for me. So this is my way of learning this stuff. So there is a lot of work to do. And as I mentioned, there's a lot of different problems with this. For example, the front steering column is animated in Pacific Drive. I've just shifted that forward by half a foot. That animation skeleton is not going to be properly mapped anymore. I need to remap that animation skeleton and adjust it because the original Pacific Drive animation skeleton doesn't have this piston bar shaft in it. The entire suspension spring has been shifted down by 5 feet, by like half a foot, and then cambered in. That's an entirely different animation system that's going to be. Well, not animation system, but an animation skeleton that's going to be required, or at least I'm going to have to find a way to move it in. I don't even know if the suspension is properly animated. It might just be static, but I know that the wheels are, and I know that the steering is. So those are important bits and pieces that I need to consider, essentially. So, yeah, there's a lot of stuff that is going to go into this vehicle. And it's gonna take a little while, but we are gonna get there eventually. Now, as I said, today specifically, we are going to be working on the boot, and we're going to be working on the front. The boot is important because it contains basically your entire vehicular inventory, so we're gonna need to do something about that. I'm not sure how well we'll manage, but this is kind of my outline for it for the moment. This, honestly, I can probably, hold on. Edit mode, these. Okay, so this suspension here used to be a lot higher. I brought it down, and now there's actually some space here that I can work with. This, I'm not sure what I want to do with it yet. We'll figure that out eventually. Delete that edge just so that we have a relatively clean workspace. I might make it so that this does step up, but not quite to this level. Then what we're gonna do, hold on, let me print screen. Grab this, open paint.net. This is sort of the planning stage for today. Expand canvas size. So, for the vehicle itself, give me curves. We are going to end up doing something like, give me magenta. Nice magenta. There we go. Oh, God. So, this boot section is essentially going to do something like this. Eventually. We are going to get there. It's going to take a little while. Then we're gonna have the actual vehicular section, the cabin, I guess? Passenger compartment? Whatever. That's gonna do that. Then the windshield is going to come down like this. And the bonnet is going to be like that. Hold on, let me press that a little. There we go. So that's our visual for how that's going to end up looking. We also need to bear in mind that this needs to sort of do this. And then a little more of a thing here. And then this is going to be the sort of front windshield section. And then that's going to go down like this. We're going to have the body come out to here. Hold on. I'm just trying to give you guys a decent visual of how this whole thing is going to look. Okay. So that's the sort of visual for the body itself that we have here. Now, if we switch to a sort of more orangey color, I can show you. So this here, 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 and here. No. Hold on. Sorry. Okay. That to there. That to there. And then that goes up here. Comes along here. Ugh, that orange is actually really hard to see. Hold on. The magenta actually worked really well. Let's go for a lighter purple, maybe. Nope, that's suddenly really hard to see. It's on yellow, that's why. Blue? Yeah, blue. Okay. Actually, hold on. Let me grab that color real quick so that I can give you guys a better idea of the separation here. So this is going to be the separation point between the back and the front. So why do I have to live with such a high sensitivity mouse? And then it's going to separate again here. So this sort of dome section here is actually more going to be like this. So it's going to be slightly flatter. Right, yes. So, with that in mind, what we're then going to do is we're going to put a door, and we're going to have to remodel the doors to fit this. I'm aware of that. It's going to be interesting, that's for sure. Because the wheel well doesn't obstruct the door on the standard version of this vehicle. so the door is going to be like this. In the back. And then it should be relatively standard at the front. Sorry, I'm doing my best to give you guys a decent understanding of how this is going to look. Hold on. Yeah, okay, so this windscreen will eventually come down to this edge. There we go. That's slightly better visually. There we go. Okay, where's my blue? That is not what I wanted. I wanted my color picker, please. There we go. Okay. So, seeing more and more bits and pieces that planning visual will help with. So that goes to there. That goes to there. This actually arches up and over like that because it needs to let the chassis out, because the front is actually thinner than the sort of midsection. This is... that goes like that. And then that... No. That goes like this, I think. Yeah, that looks about right. I know it's a lot of lines and visuals, and it's a little confusing. Trust me, I'm trying to make this as uncomplicated as possible, but yeah. Okay, door. I was doing door, and I got distracted. Okay, let's do... So, door there. Down to here. Get closer. I forget that I can zoom in. Well, no, to be fair, I didn't forget. I was just... distracted. Okay, that to there. And this to here. Okay, then... interior of the door frame. We have the windows. Like that. And like this. And then at the back here, we have another window. Okay, that is the sort of final visual of this vehicle, eventually. It's gonna take a while to get there, but today we're focusing on this part here at the back, and we're focusing on this part here at the front. The middle, I'm not gonna think about until such a time as I have the rest in, because I'm gonna need to use those parts at the back and the front as reference points to build the middle, essentially. In regards to the front, we are not building all of this today, because this is actively more complicated. However, having planned this out, I now have a decent idea of how it should look. What we will actually be building, if we select, let's go for a bright green. What we will actually be building is hold on. What we will actually be building is the frame variation for this, which will essentially be these parts here. Hold on. Now, this is very important because this section of the bonnet is an external part. So that section does need to be made, but it can't be placed as part of the chassis. It has to be a different part entirely. Now, the reason this curve is where my line is on the construction of the body section is because the Duesenberg has a very interesting piece here. It has these 4 exhaust lines that go straight out of the engine. Now, I like it. I can't build that into the bonnet. I have to build it into the body. What we're going to do is essentially do one. Hold on. I can actually curve this, which is nice. So what we're going to do is we're going to build in 3 exhaust pipes into the body of this vehicle. And they're going to be slightly slanted, and they're going to fit into that area. And that's very important because it essentially means that that area becomes our oh god, that area essentially becomes our body frame for the actual exhaust system. We're going to do that on both sides. Because it means that I don't have to, like, if I do it on one side, I can essentially have it entirely mirrored on the other, and I don't have to think about it. But also because I do like my symmetricality. So that is going to be interesting. However, I need to ask Lister how the fuck they do how do they turn Bezier curves into cables? Like, that's a thing that apparently they can do, and they told me it was possible, and I have no idea how it's done. I'm actually going to save this because that's a decent reference point for everything. Games. Specific drive assets. Body guide. Save. Okay. So yeah, that's our idea. Whether or not that will work is an entirely separate thing, but that's the idea. And I think it. I think it looks pretty damn cool. Honestly, like it's got some good vibes. But yeah, so that's our plan for today, everybody. Honestly, I'm gonna stay in the desktop view because that means that you guys can see when I switch between references and stuff. And honestly, it's not that difficult to actually see what's going on in the desktop view. I'm just gonna stick with it for now. Okay. So, with that in mind, we need to start by selecting the chassis body and entering... Oh, buggers. Hold on. Chassis body, entering edit mode, and we need to extrude these sides and stuff. Oh, is there a vertice down there that I missed? There is. That's not meant to be there. The one on this side? There is. Huh. Weird. Okay. So, we select the external edges of this, and we will hold on. We will extrude oh, right, I accidentally pressed space. We will extrude on the x-axis until we hit the edge here. Then we shall scale out to there. So that gives us our visual edge for the moment. This whole flooring is gonna go. The flat plane that's underneath all of that is going to go eventually. But I'm not fussed about it for right now. So this line here is going to stay at the same level for the most part. But we are going to move this back a bit because we need it specifically scaled to around that point. Now you can see here where the chassis is going to come out. That's fine. We're just going to loop this over and down and in again, basically. And then we're going to have the exhaust ports here, here, and here-ish. Now, very quickly, this we want to slant. I have it slanting inwards here, but I honestly think that it will look better if we slant it backwards like this. Now, I'm not 100% certain on that, but I do feel like it has better vibes. And then that goes to there. Now, this body section will eventually... Actually, we'll do that now. We need to subdivide this and then subdivide the same thing on the other side. And we'll actually subdivide the lower part again. Like that. Now, if we subdivide this edge, where's the... there. Okay, that's manageable. So we can subdivide again. Now, what we need to do now is exit edit mode and add a curve. We're going to add a Bezier curve. A Bezier curve is essentially what you use to make an exact style of curvature. Okay, we need, what do we need? What do we need? We need to Shift S, set cursor to world origin because we don't want to have it moving around at the moment. And we're going to rotate this by 90 degrees so that it is facing vertically. And we're going to move it over here for the moment, and then we're going to move it again and connect it to that vertice there. Now, it's not actually connected at the moment, it's just kind of floating. But that gives us a decent baseline for where it needs to go. Now, we grab this vertice, come on, give me the thing, and we bring that to that midpoint. Now we can lift it up and around. Now, this side is going to be shifted to be level with that, so that we have the correct alignment. And this side we're going to do the same thing for. So it lines up with the edge there. So now you can see it's actually mounted to the edge of the thing. Now we're going to have to do that several times while we're adjusting this, because alignment is a little bit of a weirdness in Blender. But eventually we should get to a point where I'm happy with it. So at the moment, this thing's alignment is not exact. If I bring it back and align it with that edge, then it will be somewhat closer. But you can actually see now this sort of curve section that I'm planning to put in here. It's not quite as I would like. So let's grab this and bring it in a bit. Now, I'm not entirely certain that this is in the right place. Oh, bugger. The cursor, not the... It's fine. Yeah, that doesn't look like it's in the right place. Actually, no, it is in the right place. It's just that it's showing through the additional section. Okay, that's fine. Shift S. Back to world origin, please. Now, this needs to be aligned to the surface. Unfortunately, surface alignment is very difficult to do in Blender, apparently. Or at least it's difficult enough for me to do in Blender. So I'm not really sure how that's meant to work. We're also, now that we've got that, we're going to reduce this curve. And we're going to slide this further along. So that gives us a bit more that. This we will actually slide upwards. Actually, no. We're not going to slide it upwards. We're going to slide it down. Because I do want this curve, but I want it to look decent. Well, not natural, but more. I don't know. There's a word I'm looking for, but I can't remember what it is. Maybe. I'm not sure. Whatever it is, I want it to look interesting at the very least. That's kind of the point of this whole thing. And it needs to make sure to go over the top of the thing. So if we slide this back along, yeah, then that arches nicely. Okay. I mean, that's at about the right point, but it's difficult to tell with Blender, unfortunately. This, we want to move inwards a little, and then we want this section to be moved in a lot. Okay. Oh, God. Oh. So. Now. Okay. We want this moved back a bit. And then up a bit. Is that how I want that to look? No, honestly, I think I want to move this forward again. But if I move it forward again, then it's gonna intersect. That's not necessarily a bad thing. But I would prefer that it didn't. If we... At about that point, that's fine, but I want a bit of an extra curve. So I really like that sort of visual. So actually, if we give it more of a curve, and it's going back along the line of the thing. Yeah, that might work. And then it can come sweeping back inwards. That's almost there, I think. We move that very slightly back into alignment. That's intersecting very slightly. So if we lift and slide a little bit. How's that? Yes, I like that. That works quite well, actually. Because all of this mechanical stuff in the actual Pacific Drive car, it's just invisible. It's always under the chassis, you never see it. I want to make that not necessarily visible, but I want to make it more often seen, which I think will be quite nice. And you'll be able to cover it with the fenders, and that'll sort of slide down a little. And you won't see it as much, but I want it to be visible. Hey, Bearded Cyborg. You just spent the last 30 minutes fucking around a Discord art scammer who was on a bunch of RPG servers I was on. Took screenshots, sent them to respective mods, and once they had found them, I finally told the scammer I knew from the get-go. Oh, fair enough. Congrats on making the world a slightly better place. Okay. So. We want face alignment on face alignment for this face. But I need to be able to select that face. Okay. Actually, that should be easy enough. Object mode, edit mode for both. Edit mode, object mode. Okay. Edit. You're not going. Why aren't you going into it? Can I? Huh. Okay. Weird. Interesting. All right. I need to... Also, I just realized that one of the things I also want to do is, as much as that feels a bit abrupt. So what I will do why is oh I have why is it on circle select? How do I change that? That shouldn't be on circle select. That should be on. What did I do? Where's my... Ah, I see. Okay. Blender, your shortcut system is a pain in the ass and I don't like it. Okay. This we will subdivide. And then this we will move down to the level of the bottom. Because I do want that to connect properly. And that can do that instead. So we've got that nice curve at the back, and then it slips down towards the front. Something like that. No, that's too steep at the back. If we this back a bit. And actually, if we move this down a bit, slide this inwards. Like that. Oh yeah, there we go. That's getting there. Okay, so now we need to figure out how to make all of these vertices align to on-face points. Which is easier said than done. Because Blender is annoying about that sort of thing. And I would prefer this whole thing to be flat. But that is neither here nor there necessarily. Getting it flat is not necessarily possible. Okay. That would work fine if it wasn't for the fact that this alignment is off. There we go. Okay. actually, hold on. I'm gonna exit edit mode, copy this, paste it, call it test, so that it is differentiated. We're going to F3 and convert to mesh. And then we are going to attempt to align this. Not sure how well this is going to go. Okay. Hey, Dead Meat, welcome in. Okay. So, object mode, add chassis body into this, and go back to edit mode. Now, select this surface. Shift S, cursor to active. Then select our test Bezier curve. And then transformation orientation face according to 3D cursor. And then we do S, Y0? No. S, X0. No. SZ0? No. None of those are doing what I wanted them to. Hold on. SX0. Okay, so wait, what? Yes, SX0 is doing what I want it to, but it's not applying the rotation according to the face that I've selected, which I need to remember how to do. Hi, Dead Meat. Welcome in. Thank you for the check-in, and thank you for the mint. I appreciate it. I'm getting very stressed at the moment. There we go. Okay, so if I select this face, Shift D it, then separate it by selection, and then in object mode, chassis body 01 goes into test, by Control J. Go. Okay. Now, in edit mode, we select this whole thing, shift it over here for the moment, and then move to there, and then we select this face, Shift S, cursor to selected, And we do custom face. Is that aligned? I don't know, but I think it might be. Then we select this whole thing, and we do S, X, 0. What did that do? Nope, that's the wrong one. S, Y, 0? Nope. S, Z, 0. Yes! Okay. And that is not quite aligned. Why is that not quite aligned? Ah. It's... Huh. Okay. You're being really weird. Why are you being so weird? Why? What? Why? 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 Shift S, press to active. It is. We are. Oh. We are adjusting according to the face. Adjust according to active element, maybe? But no, if we adjust according to active element, then that'll just adjust according to what I've selected. So that's not what I'm looking for. I'm confused. It's because this is slanted, isn't it? Okay. All right. Unfortunately, I can't just say flatten vertice to face. Can I? Is that a thing? Flatten vertices to plane. No, that's the axis, isn't it? The axes. Oh, this is an add-on. Hold on, what are you actually doing here? Okay, now this is a very old add-on that just flattens the vertices to the axes, which isn't what I want. I want to flatten these vertices to the aligned plane, which I don't know if that's possible. Hmm. Okay. Circle. Exactly are you doing here, and how does it work? Ah. What is that? Snap during transform. Okay. Snap by increment, snap by face. So if we do this, that. Ah! Does that work? Can't tell. Sad time is a thing, means I can't go to the store and buy stuff because it's 9:22 p.m. and they're closed. Aww. I'm sorry, Dead Meat. Okay, so is this fully snapped to this face? No, but it can be. Hey. Doing this individually is not awful, but it is a bit annoying. I appreciate that this is even a thing that can be done, considering I spent an age trying to look for it. Okay. So that should be generally snapped to vertices. I brought a package of cooking cream and made yourself a nice onion, garlic, dill, and lemon cod stew. Ah. With some oven-baked potato wedges as a side and some steamed veggies. That doesn't sound too bad. I mean, apart from the cod, but I'm not a fish person, so, you know, not my thing. Cod. I never really was a cod person. Both in-game and out of game. Okay, so this is... Is this? Not quite. It is, but it's a little funky. But it does seem to be level, at the very least. That one isn't, though. Should I get a baked cod with potato mash and shrimp sauce? You like white fish? Not much for red. Don't enjoy salmon a whole lot, possibly if it's baked with heavy flavors like lemon and dill, but otherwise not really. That's fair. I remember when I was living with my ex, whenever salmon was cooked, you could tell that salmon had been cooked. Ugh. Yuck. I don't know if I like that shape. Yes. Yeah, the smell of cooked salmon was not pleasant. Or cooking salmon, rather. Hmm. I mean... Oh, gods. What are you snapping to? Oh, I see. I understand. Okay. I don't... It's not a bad shape, but it doesn't evoke that sleekness that I'm looking for. The back is fine. I'm not a fan of the front. So if we do... We do something like that? Bearing in mind that we will have this sort of going like that. What are we making? We are making a car. Dead meat. We are making making a vehicle. Well, sort of. We are making a vehicle inspired by a Duesenberg and a Rolls-Royce Phantom and a variety of other vehicles. But not replicating any single one of them. This Bezier curve can... Actually, no, this Bezier curve is still functional, so we will keep that for the moment. Because it means that we can adjust... I don't mind this. Then this section feels too flat, and that feels really high for some reason. Okay, let's delete that and go back to our original Bezier curve. And we will align by global for the moment. Okay. So. So if we do... something like that. That might work. Something like that, maybe? No, it needs to go over this. That's not bad, though. Hmm. Hmm. Like that? there. I don't like that it's catching this, though. Although, actually, that's not necessarily a bad thing, because then it looks like it's securing. Yeah, actually, I can live with that. I can live with that. All right. Back to object mode. Copy and paste. Let's grab this panel on the body. Shift D. E. Just by selection. This needs to be... Oh. That needs to be a mesh. Control J. Put those together. And now edit mode. L. Shift you around. Now, this needs to my okay. Okay, weird. Blender. Okay, you're just being weird. Hold on. Let's just restart you very quickly. I might have pressed a button and it didn't like that. Okay, let's try this again. B. You really don't want to select these points, do you? What's that? Huh. Definitely not intended behavior. Hold on, if I just move an individual point. Okay, why has that stopped working? What did I press to make that selection point stop working? Okay. Why are you being weird now? Okay. Now. Move. Oh, God. Okay. What the hell have I done? Fuck. Did I accidentally turn off point selection? Did I accidentally turn off overlays? Is that a thing that I did? I don't have this selected. All editing. No, it's Scotch. Mesh edit mode. Is that what it was? On that? No? I'm confused. What did I do? What did I press? What did I press, Blender? What did I do to make you hate me? If I... It's... No, that's not what it is. Actually, is it because I changed this to increment? No, because it was allowing me to select them by... Oh no, it is because I... Well, I'm an idiot, apparently. Alright. Global to face. And turn this on by face. And now... there we go. I'm a little worried that it is adjusting depending on where on the face I'm scanning. But as long as I can see it from both sides, I think it should be fine. Yeah. How's that? Yeah, that's not bad. That's working. I am glad that I've figured this part out as well. There we go. Okay. So, with that in, now we need to figure out the other part, which is this curve here, which needs to go about 2/3 down on this side and 1/3 down on this side. Okay. This dissolve that vertice. Oh. Oh. I dissolve that vertice. Wait, what? There are two vertices here. I dissolve this one. Okay, no, it's fine now. It's not fine. Okay. It's very slightly off. I would like to align these points specifically by the position that they intersect with the face. But it doesn't look like that's realistically possible unless there's something I'm missing, which is entirely possible. No. Oh, shit. Oh, wait. Oh, my God. Again? Oh, wow, that's an entirely different curve now. Okay. Alright. We want it to be flat. That's the important part. It does need to be flat-ish before we introduce these curves, so... Oh, God. Talk about a complicated piece of machinery. Of course, I had to go and choose the most complex project in the whole bloody galaxy. Okay, how's that? Yes, that's fine. Okay. Okay. That should be lined up. Hopefully. Do I like that shape? Yes. Yes, I like that shape. All right. Now, we subdivide, and then subdivide again. And on this end, we subdivide, and we subdivide again down here. So then our thing, our curve needs to do that, but curvier. So it needs to do, and then down and in. Alternatively, we go for half instead, which may be better in the long run. Yeah, that might be better in the long run, to be honest. It gives me less modeling work on the bonnet in the future. But the other thing is I need to figure out how the bonnet lifts. Because in a traditional older style car, the bonnet doesn't lift from the back, it lifts from the middle. It lifts over the side. I'm gesturing with my hands, you can't even see that. But it lifts over the side, which I don't know if that's viable in Pacific Drive. So we may do a backlift bonnet. But if that's the case, then I'm going to need to figure out how to make that look. So we might do a middle lift so that it lifts up in the middle from both sides when you open the bonnet. God, this is complicated. Okay. There we go. Side panel, front one. This Bezier curve, I will... I'll just delete this one and make a new one, because that one's had too many alterations to it, and I don't know where it's going to end up now. Okay. Object mode, add curve, Bezier. Bring it over here. Rotate 90 degrees. There. And then rotate 180. And then move it there. Okay. Now we enter edit mode. Grab this, that up to here. And the one on this end, slide in and up. Okay, so is that bad? It's not bad. I feel like I feel like I might be better off just doing a flat side panel. I'm not sure. I think I do want a form of side panel in, but maybe this needs to be higher. So if we lift this to about there. And we do something like that. Maybe not quite that, but... something like this, maybe? I mean... There's a lot of curves here, and I'm not entirely sure that it's a good idea to put quite so many curves into a vehicle that is ostensibly very old. But at the same time, a lot of older vehicles had custom parts made, which made them a lot more visually curvy than most modern vehicles. Or at least modern vehicles between the 60s and the 90s. 60s and the 80s, actually. I'm tempted to make it go all the way up to here. But I think that would just... I don't think that would work very well. This does look nice in 2D. But in 3D, it's... In 3D, this has had to come back a lot further than I realized it would. Actually, if we do that, then we still have enough space for the piping. Oh. I don't know. I'm honestly, I'm starting to get on the fence about that archway as well now. Oh, God. Okay, so the way the drawing is, the arch comes up here. And it does this. I think. Yeah. Actually, it doesn't even do that. It does this and then... Oh. Ooh. That's an interesting one. So if we do like that, come down here, and then curve under. And to be quite honest, this is too low anyway. Like the front radiator is... Even the front radiator is actually a bit too low, I just realized. It needs to be slightly higher up. Because it should be resting on this, not... Oh, God. Okay. Iteration after iteration. But I think we're getting somewhere. Where is... Side panel front one. Okay. These are getting deleted. Dissolve those so that we just have the empty side panel for now. Okay. In fact, no, this entire side panel needs to go. Just delete it. Chassis body. Edit mode. Everything down here needs to be lifted to about there. But this pair of vertices need to come up further to about here. This vertice can get dissolved. As can this vertice. This one as well. This one as well. So what we actually want here is this set of vertices here need to be level with the bottom of the chassis frame, which still gives it an upward slant from the front radiator. And honestly, I'm starting to wonder if the front radiator needs to be slightly higher than it even is now. No, actually the front radiator is fine. So, what we're looking at here, from about here, coming up and over and down, and then back. Oh, fuck. Okay. Yes, that's doable. Yes, it's annoying. What I have on there basically makes it go up and over this. It comes down here to about here. Is that viable? Yes. Yes, it is viable. It's just annoying. Sticking one's privates into a blender would possibly feel less painful than some of these moments, as one usually says. I wouldn't state it as painful, but it is certainly a learning experience. Like, I can see what needs to be done. I just have to do it. And I just have to figure out how to do it. And I like the visual that is coming out of this. It's just iterating on the process is a lot. Shift D for this. So that's our current side panel. Wait, is that? Is that uneven? Hold on. Select this. S I Y 0. No, it's not uneven. It just looks it. For some reason. Okay. This vertice needs to go. Because it is distorting the panel. I don't want it to do that. Would I remove these already? Maybe not. Okay. Back into object mode. That Bezier curve. That. Okay. Bezier curve. At about there. Coming into about here. Enter into edit mode. Wait, is that inside? Not showing me whether or not it's in or out. That's fine. Needs to be slightly lower anyway. Okay. So, bringing that down to about there. Who's bonking me? Mr. Streamer, sir, how is your posture? I think working with stuff like this makes one into a shrimp a lot. Yeah, no, you're not incorrect about that, Deadmeat. You are not incorrect at all. Oh, gods. Poor. Okay. That. Okay. That slant is correct. That is about right. Okay. No wonder I'm having trouble. That's entirely off. Oh, great. Now it's even more off. There? Is that what I'm looking for? Yes. Okay. So, this needs to go round and down. Okay. Okay. Okay, we're gonna need to subdivide this. And I think we're gonna have to raise this up a little bit. Actually, no, that's a point. This is all the way up here, isn't it? Bring it down just under there. Okay, how about that? Do I like that? Well, that's the question, isn't it? Extend that a bit. Extend this a bit. I mean, that's not bad. Oh. Hmm. Okay, this might work. I think we're going to move that a little further forward, though. I think I'm happier with this than I was with the other situation. Yeah, and then this can slide down into that, and that can carry on into the frame. And at this point, this will sort of bulge out very slightly to bridge that gap as intended. And we need this to be a directly vertical piece. Yeah. Okay. Oh, God. All right. Out of edit mode, into object mode. Copy this Bezier curve, paste it, move it over to here. It's about there, right? No, it's higher than that, isn't it? Do I have a tape measure? Only an edit. No, I do have a tape measure. It's about 1.17. Doesn't have to be exact. That is not about 1.2. Fucking Blender! Why? If I pointed a surface, it's because I want to measure a surface. Okay. Around here, I'm guessing. There. Edit. This section here is too long. There we go. That's better. Okay. And then it'll go this and into there. And that will go down to here. Okay. All right. That, I think I can live with. I know. Okay. I much prefer this to all the others so far. It's smaller, it feels more sleek. I do think that while we will be using this panel as a guide, we're not going to be putting things on it, because this has already drastically adjusted on the shape. Or at least we won't be putting this on it. This will just be adjacent to it as it is now. We may have to make sure that the other one is on it, though, so that it follows this exact line. Okay. All right. New Bezier curve. Let's do this small one first, because that's a quick and easy thing to do. Add curve Bezier. Rotate. Move. That. And edit mode. This. That corner here. Okay. This curve may actually end up being placed on this surface, though. And it's nothing major, but it's enough. It's enough that if you look at it as a stylistic element, you go, "Oh, that looks cool." But it's not for everybody to know about. It's just one of those things that's like, "Oh, it's there. Yeah, that looks neat." Okay. Am I happy with that curve? I think I'm happy with that curve. Maybe give it a little more curve. Edge. Yeah. That's not bad. Okay. Third Bezier curve. Add curve Bezier. Rotate. And 90 degrees. Move over to here. Cool. And we can rotate it. Oh, God. There we go. 180 degrees. Around about there. Okay. Now, moving this. I want this to be on this edge. About here, I think. Yeah. And then we enter edit mode. And we do down to about there. Plane that out-ish. This needs to be relatively flat, right? It's got a slight bump, but not too much. So we bring it down. Back. Now this one is going to need to be subdivided. Because that needs to come down a little bit at the end. Let's to about there. Actually, I am going to differ from the design on paper again. And I'm going to do that. This needs adjustment. I'm not sure that I like that, actually. I like the lower section, but the upper section's bugging me. It might just need to be flat. I don't know, but I think it might just need to be flat. Like, it might just need to do something like that. Hold on. Not all the way to the top, but yeah, I think just making it flat is probably a better idea. Very, very gentle curve. very, very gentle curve. The most gentle curve I can make. That one's not bad, actually. A very, very gentle curve actually might be what we need. I feel like that needs to be flatter at the top. Something like that. If I do SZ0, that flattens it. I mean, yeah, that might be it. But I think this does need to get raised up a bit. I do still want a curve because I want the ability to have that sort of curved bonnet, but I don't think it needs that much at the end of the day. So if we do this, yeah, that might have to do. I mean, I say have to do. I honestly kind of like it, but no, there's this problem though, right? It's not necessarily a problem, but yeah, no, that should do. That should be fine. Okay, all right. Now to integrate it all. Bezier, let's start with Bezier curve 2. Mode to object mode, turn into mesh, and add to wait, where is oh, it's part of the chassis body. Oh, I guess it is. All right, very well. Control J. Then Bezier curve 03 as well. Convert that into a mesh. Control J that in as well. Okay. Now, magnetize to face. Edit mode. And this one specifically goes to here, follows this line exactly, because that's important. And this one does as well. Ensure that everything is adjusted for surface level. Okay. Now for this. This is going to be a little more difficult because I do want it to eventually... Oh, hello. I've missed one. Or have I? No, I haven't. It's just... weird. Okay. I do want this to follow that curve, but I also want it to extend out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and scale it a bit. So, Bezier curve 01, copy and paste, and this variant will be hold on, I'm still in object mode, edit mode rather. Okay, edit mode. This backs in like that. Okay. And yeah, that should be fine. Though I am wondering if I should this up very slightly. Yes. Yes. Okay. So, Bezier curve 02, return to object mode, turn into a mesh, merge with the chassis body, and then begin adjustment. Okay. I think this will look a lot better than the early attempts did. Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's cool. I like that. I like that a lot, actually. And then we have... yeah, okay, cool. Oh, it's taken a while to get here, but... you know, that's 3D modeling, apparently. Right, this can be turned off. Enter object mode. F3 mesh. Control J. Edit mode. Select this. That connects to there. And now we can start the general connection. Since both of these pieces have the same number of vertices, this connection system should be relatively easy. We're doing triangles because this is a curved surface, and triangles render a curved surface better. Okay. Cool. Nice. All right. Now, switch to this view. And M, merge vertices by distance. I just realized that apparently I've put everything in edit mode, which was not my intention. Specifically just wanted the body. Cool. All right. Oh. I'm still not, I will admit, I'm still not 100% sure on this curved piece up here, but I like the rest of it. So I will live with it. For the moment, I will live with it. Okay. This section, delete those vertices. Then down to there. Actually, no, hold on. Need to go down to here, then down to there. And then we will do this. No, we won't do that. We will do this as a division point. Okay. And there we have our first panel section. Do I like it? I don't know yet. God, I'm picky, aren't I? Oops. What did I accidentally attach? Apparently I selected something over here. What? Oh, that. Okay, how's that? That's pretty nice. That is pretty nice. Alright, let's quickly do this. So that I can select all of that. And just do that. And now we have that rim. And now, because I've been doing this for 2.5 hours, I'm going to take a quick break and grab myself a full bottle of water again. I'll be right back, guys. Right. Okay, we're back. Okay. So, thinking on it now, I think I might just make this flat. I don't know that the additional curve on the top is something that I like. But it's always good to test. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to check to see if... Yes, I think I prefer just a straight line. think that is to my preference. If I do dissolve. Oh. Okay, it's not happy about one of those things. It's fine because this needs to be dissolved anyway as well. And then we have this side panel. Okay, we have this side panel. This Bezier curve can disappear for the moment. Okay, right. No. Delete these vertices. I meant to do that in this view. There we go. Now Shift D. Move that in there. Okay, it still pops through very slightly. But that works surprisingly well, actually. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. I am going to quickly... No, can I dissolve this edge without worry? Apparently not. Why? I delete the edge? Yes. Okay, hold on. Wait, hold on. I select that. It does go to all three, so... Right. Delete edge. I want to make this feel as smooth as possible, which is admittedly somewhat difficult to do when you're working in a way that Blender is not necessarily designed to do, because it is not technically a vehicular CAD program. That's better. Oh, God. Talk about a complicated piece of work. Okay. Now. This needs... Shit. Well, not shit, but... Because currently this is a flat plane. Admittedly an embellished flat plane, but it is still a flat plane. And we need it to look more like this. Which is doable, but annoying. You can see how to do it. It's just going to be a bit of a mess. Okay. We're essentially going to need to scale it in a little bit, I think. Yeah. We don't want this one. Shift D. But we have a copy. And then we will select this vertice as our 3D cursor. Select this. Including these two vertices here. We'll move this where our 3D cursor is. And then, according to the 3D cursor, we will scale this to there. And that should give us essentially what I've done here. Let's just hope it works. Delete. Delete. M by distance. M by distance. Okay. Then we need to vertice attach these pieces. These pieces. No. And that does work-ish, but this is the section that I'm worried about, to be honest. I think it'll be fine. I just need to make sure that it's all lined up. And once this is in, it should line up perfectly with the front radiator. Or at least the separation between the front radiator. So, oh no, it's just because it's lifting. Got it. And we will bevel this once we've got all the faces normalized. Okay. Cool. Okay, this should work fine. I don't know what I'm so worried about, but this should be fine. It's a lot of work. At the end of the day, if it goes wrong, it's just additional work in the future. And I don't mind doing it. It's just I can't do it when I'm not on my medication. Because my brain does not like repetitive work, usually. But the realization that there is endorphin reactions to even doing repetitive work is helping. Okay. Okay. This one as well. All right. This front face we don't need to do anything to. This top edge we do. This top edge needs to be beveled. But because it's not flat, there's an issue there. So this front section needs to be lifted a bit. Or this vertice specifically needs to go up. Bounding center. So that needs to be level. Okay. And that under section also needs to be flat. Oh boy. We need to go by face on this one for alignment purposes. Like that. Okay. Small adjustments, but all necessary to bring this to fruition. Okay. This should all be relatively flat, hopefully. Almost there. Okay. I think that's all aligned. Okay, right. Now, let's do this section first. Actually, before we do any sections, let's ensure if we were to bevel, Shift N. There we go. Now all the faces should work properly. Okay. And then this lower section, I want to bevel inwards, so that the curve looks decent and not flat. Ooh, okay, there we go. How's that? Is that enough of a bevel? It's not a bad one, but I feel like we could do better. Maybe not. There's a lot of... Let's try for 2, and we'll go very gentle. What's that? That's not bad, actually. That's not bad at all. And it sort of flattens out at the corner. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, I can live with that. And this line... Okay. We'll do single segment bevel here. That. Is that okay? Yes, that's fine. This panel looks relatively decent. But we do need to do a bit of work on this end because of the bevel, I ended up with a bit of a visual issue. Resolve edge. Wait, what does that do? Resolve this edge. See. That edge. This edge. Okay, no, that's not gone quite according to plan. Ah, shit. Blender, you need more undos. Also, why does selecting a thing count as an action? What the hell? Okay. It's fine. Edge. Actually, this edge will delete. And then we will resolve this vertice. And then this connect. No, actually, we'll leave that. Okay. Okay. It is a bit of a sharp edge. I'm not a fan of it, but I don't think there's much I can do, and realistically, you're never gonna see it. Like it's such a small detail that unless you're like me and you go in looking for it, yeah, nobody's ever gonna see that. Okay. Bevel, one more. To about there. Okay. Now, moment of truth. Time to put it in. I'm going to put the actual thing in, but I'm going to put a copy in. See if this works. Move. According to bounding box center. Grab that. That in the correct place. It is. Okay, these two edges can be deleted now. Because that should be in place. I mean, other than this piece of the chassis poking through, which is adjustable, that looks pretty good. That looks really good, actually. Yeah. Oh, wow. Okay. You know, I was on the fence, but actually, that has turned out pretty damn good. I am suddenly thinking that I maybe should have added an arc here to sort of do this. No, it's fine. It's honestly, it's fine. I really like how this looks, actually. I'm pretty damn satisfied with this. This section needs work. That's manageable. I think. Yes, it is manageable because we don't need... I'll do that now, actually. Chassis frame, edit mode. This section isn't attached there. Give me all these vertices. In fact, give me all the vertices, just in case. And merge by distance. There we go. Okay. Back to this. That just fades into there. And it still looks curved on the inside. Hell yeah. That, I'm very satisfied by that. That looks really cool. Oh. God damn. God damn. Talk about a bit of insanity, but we're there. We did it. File, save. Object mode to edit mode. This whole chassis portion. Shift S to send the cursor back to the world origin. And then... Hey Black Sheep, welcome in. You join us as we once again blend. S Y -1 and confirm. We are oh gods. We are oh bugger. I got to copy it. Shift D. And then Control Z. And S Y -1. Oh, fuck. Shift D. S Y -1. There we go. Now it's mirrored. Very blendy, big 3D, much wow. Let me... There we go. This is what we've got so far. Let me kill the interior very quickly. This is what we've got so far for our upcoming vehicle. I've been slowly making it so that all the bits and pieces look like they should fit together. We have all the framing for the rear fenders. We've got the framing for the front fenders. We've got the framing for the runners. The chassis is starting to get to completion stage. Our next job is implementing, yes, the Dusenroyce. I like that. It's either the Dusenroyce or the Rosenberg. I'm not entirely sure which one I prefer now. That one, I didn't think of the Dusenroyce. I kind of like the Dusenroyce. Ooh. Both are funny. This is true. I don't know. I think the Dusenroyce sounds more appropriate. Like the Rosenberg sounds like a car that you could just have anywhere. But the Dusenroyce, that sounds like a car that is weird. I like it. I like it, I like it, I like it. Hold on. I'm gonna steal that actually. Which one is a tongue twister? Definitely the Dusenroyce, I think. Save changes. Take me to my general file. Take me into not Ghost Industries games. Where is Pacific Drive assets? Rename Dusenroyce chassis. There we go. Ooh, that's my planning document. Don't worry. Where did I put Blender? There it is. It also sounds fast. Duse equals nozzle. Ah, in German. Interesting. Cool. It does look fast as well. Like it, I don't know if it I don't know if it looks fast. Like it obviously doesn't look like a race car, but the lines on this thing make it look fast and kind of loose at the moment. Maybe that'll change once we finish things up, but yeah. Okay. The Dusenroyce. Yeah, I'm liking this so far. It's got good vibes. Not nimble, but fast and streamlined. Yes, yes. It looks like one of those Steamliner trains. In some ways. Okay. So this section needs to be beveled inwards. Hold on. Chassis body. Edit mode. Here. No, hold on. By vertice. That vertice, that vertice, and these two vertices. Those need to be sealed. And hold on, what's happened here? Interesting. That's not intentional. Hold on. That needs to go to there. That needs to... Actually... No, we can't... Well, we can change it. It just means that I have to make sure that... Actually, yeah, what I will do... is... delete this side so that any changes that I make now will eventually carry over. Okay. B to snap. There. That to there. This slides forward to meet that edge. This does this. Go. God, getting in here is going to be complicated. Okay. What's going on in here? Why is that so weird? It would just be a flat plane. Huh. Okay, if I just dissolve these edges. There we go. Okay. Grab this vertice. And seal that. Actually, no. It does need to be sealed on that side. Okay. And now this section, collapse vertices by distance. Now this. There we go. Can I dissolve this one? Yes. Cool. Okay. And now these edges. Actually, no. Before we do the edges, let's do the middle. Because the middle is actually relatively important. Because the middle is going to be where we hinge the bonnet from. So if we show the interior again real quick. Where is it? God, there's so many layers. Okay, there we go. And we select this face. We extrude on the x-axis over to here. Now that's about level. Okay. This is annoyingly the part where having the mirroring enabled would be useful, but if I enable the mirroring, it's not going to give me everything I need because it'll have doubled up on all of this section here. Actually, hold on. If I subdivide these, and then grab these vertices and join them. Do that. Dissolve that edge. And then everything that is on this side can just go. Oh, no, wait, I need to do the front as well. Ooh, that was close. Subdivide. There we go. And very quickly we will connect these. Okay, and now I should be able actually, no, not yet. Hold on. These need to go. And then this section needs to be subdivided as well. There we go. Now we have a center line. Okay, and then we can just dissolve. That work? No, that's done something weird. What if I just delete them? That's fine. And then we just remake these faces. What about up here? How are we looking? No. There we go. There we go. Okay, and now if we mirror on the y-axis, there we go. Okay, now we have a fully mirrored frame chassis section. Okay, cool. Now we can start working properly. Because now we only ever have to do one side, because it is going to be 100% symmetrical. At least in most sections. Interior, that's a different matter entirely. Okay. Let's extrude on the x-axis to around about here. Now, working with this selection, this whole point needs to be beveled. Ooh, that's being weird. Okay, hold on. Full selection, please. And Shift N. There we go. Okay, now hopefully this will be fine. Normalizing all the faces. Doesn't always work. Ah! There we go. But hopefully. Oh, it's still being weird. Huh. Do you want me to select something else as well? This, maybe? If I make that whole face. You're being weird. Why are you being weird? Are there vertices in here that aren't merged? No? Okay. Interesting. Okay, let's leave this section for... Okay, now you're being even more weird. Okay. Why is that? Okay. Okay. I would like to bevel. Actually, how about if we just do this front section first, and then we'll do the mid section after. Oh. Wait. What's going on there? Why is that happening? Huh. Okay, that's weird. There we go. Was that why it was weird? Having the same problem over here? No? No? Oh. Okay. Okay, well it's being less weird, but not entirely less weird. I bet you this side's actually got the same problem. I delete you. Yeah, you've got the same problem. Okay, that's fine. Sometimes things don't quite work as expected. Vertice selection there. Edge selection. To there. Okay. And now, hopefully, this whole thing should work just fine. If we do this, and then, yeah, there we go. Although, I may leave the inside unbeveled. Huh. It's a bit of weirdness. Actually, what I may do is just bevel this top edge. Yeah. Yes, for the moment. And then now that this one's done, we can... Oh. Oh, you're being weird because of a different issue. Hi. of this. No, now you're being even weirder. What the hell? Okay, well, it's fine. Honestly, this isn't a major issue. It's gonna be invisible for the most part. Although maybe I'll just bevel the outer edge. And that's being weird. Okay. You know what? This is fine. This'll do. I don't want to spend so much time on a single bevel. There's no point. Okay. This vertice here. I need an extrusion according to the x-axis. Okay. Right. Here comes the complicated part. What we need here. We need a curve that goes down like this. Another curve that comes in like this. A flat that goes up to here. Oh boy. Okay. That's complicated. Maybe I should just start modeling the hinges for the hood instead. Nope. Nope. I need to... God knows I need to make this work. Okay. Actually, you know what I'll do? I will simply copy this and put it up there. Then we have an exact line as to where that section needs to come from. And we can, as a additional piece, can't extrude from there actually. Actually, no, we can from there. Just need to put that back in alignment. Should be. There we go. Okay. So this one we extrude on the x-axis. And then figure out how to intersect. Okay, so if we move you okay. 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 What if we do extrusion on the y-axis? It goes right across the middle. And then select this plane and we extrude it on the z-axis, going directly down. Okay. That needs to be approximately this length. Okay. With that in mind, then, okay, what we can probably do is subdivide this and that can be our base for, hold on, is that deep enough? Is that, it's too low. Okay. That's what I was worried about. Okay. So bring you forward. What I need is to align this set of lines together. But I don't know that I... Well, actually, if I align by face... I don't know if this counts as a face. No, it doesn't. Actually. If I do that... Is that aligned? I don't know And it's not like I can create a vertice there. I don't think. Oh, God. Okay. I can't merge by creating a vertice is the problem. And I can do that in SketchUp, but I can't do that in this. Or at least not in a method that is easy. I need this so that I can judge the flat plane here so that I can attach it to the... God. Okay. No, wait, that wouldn't work. I still need a vertice. Ah! No, that didn't work. Ridge edge loops. No. And actually, that shows me that they're not even aligned properly. What if this and then delete this? No, because it's not centered. And that's the problem. Oh, fuck. Okay, but... Hold on. If I... What's this? that could work. So, if I do that... Okay, it's not exactly what I wanted. Is it? Actually. Can I not? I don't... hold on. Yes, there's a 5 in there. Whoopsie. And on snapping, select... Huh. Okay, that might work. So, subdivide. Subdivide. Then... press G? Twice. Out here. Okay, well, that definitely didn't work. Oh, no wonder it didn't work. I'm not an incremental. Go. And then... snap that to there. And now, if Blender is going to behave, I should be able to merge these by distance because they are in the same location. Yes, wonderful. All right. Okay. Great. Fantastic. Delete vertices. And that is correct. Now, what do we want for music, chat? Oh. Give me a video game OST that I enjoy, or that we can enjoy together. Actually, yeah, you know what? Where is the black sheep? Where is the black sheep's music? Does the black sheep have a playlist? They do. There we go. Nice. Okay. Hey, I know that song. Yes, you do, Black Sheep. It happens to be yours. Okay. So, this is now in place. Delete this edge finally. And we can, according to global, extrude vertice this one on the y-axis. And move it up until it is approximately level with this. I don't know if that did that correctly, but there we go. Bring that into there. And slide this whole thing back to there. Okay. And then oh, wow. Okay. It's getting there, but goddamn, does it need a lot of work. Okay. So, what we want to do here is similar to what the Phantom has, where it's got this additional sort of pop-out section. The Duesenberg has it as well, but it's not quite as visual. You can kind of see that it sort of pops here a little bit and then melds into the doorway. And then we want to do these headlights, the sort of 4-segment headlights. I was looking for this song a while back, and it seemed to disappear. And now it's back! 3 days ago, it's back! Okay. Let's see if I can find a better reference image. That one. Apparently not. Not that one. Not allowed to have that one, apparently. No, not... I mean, that is lovely, but it's not what I'm looking for. That's a little better. What the... Oh, I see. It's already been sold, and as such, it doesn't show up properly. Oof. That's expensive. And I can't load the reference image anyway, so apparently... It had an AI image baked into the video, so I took it down a while ago, then I remastered it and got a handcrafted image to go with it. Aww. Hold on, I need to go back and look at the handcrafted image again. I saw it, but I glided over it very quickly. I love it. That's brilliant. Okay. Yeah, you can kind of see it in that, but I need this one. Please tell me I can... Also, this one here is lovely and mildly nuts. This is a car that I would love to drive someday. Okay. This one? Will you... No, this is again with Classic Traders, so it's not going to show me the bloody picture, is it? No. There. I need one that doesn't have the spare wheels on the side so that I can actually see the side properly. Maybe? Nope. That kind of shows what I'm looking for. Alright. Sure. Okay. I need to see the original chassis. So that curve comes along the top of here. So this whole section here is exposed by the door, I think. But you know what's better than just looking at random components and thinking that you have it right? It's better to just look at the actual thing. Hold on. Okay. Quickly pop open Pacific Drive. We can take a look at what we're actually meant to be doing, meant to be working with. Dig a hole till my inventory's full. Inventory full. What's in my head goes inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full. Hive mind. Hold on. Gotta turn that off. Okay. Now. Photo mode. I thought I... Hold on, I thought I... Oh, the radio in the car's still on. How do I turn that off again? Ah! Oh, that's interesting. The radio is actually in the ceiling. Huh. So whatever's behind here is just empty space, actually. Unless that's because the car's upgraded. That might be why. Not what I meant to do. Okay. Photo mode. Exposure up. Sorry, everyone, I'm blinding us. Okay, so yes, it is at that corner. Okay. I can work with that. I don't want to do too many changes to the interior. I've already done a ton. As you can see, like, it doesn't even have this middle piece anymore. Like, that's all gone. I'm going to have to do some adjustment to these battery pieces, apparently, because of it. Yeah. Steam ahead to the workshop. Someday. Save and quit. No, just quit. Yes. Okay. So, this isn't in about the right place. Which means we need a piece that goes up here, connects to that and that. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's start with a cube, I guess. Actually, no. Let's start with the chassis visual so that we know what this actually needs to look like. Okay. Yes, that is doable. If somewhat annoying. I never noticed these little tabs. That's fun. Okay. Oh, there's not even any holes in there. That's alright. Okay, so yes, it will need to be flat up to about this level. Alright. Okay, so if we... That surface... No, that surface is not flat. Alright, give me cube. Okay, we have cube. Now we must move the cube. Okay. And yeah, that's actually out of area, so we are going to have to do some adjustment. So, okay, if we bring this down there, yeah. You bring it down to about the midpoint of that chassis section. Okay, select the top, bring it up to there. Okay. This lower edge needs to be beveled. And we'll segment it substantially. How's that? Cool. Yeah, that's fine. adjacent? I think so, but we can get a little bit further forward. Not that much forward, actually. So put that there. Okay. And we need... Okay. Oof, that's gonna be a bit of a complicated one. So, but this feels about the right height. So let's grab this corner and link that up like that. Okay. And let's extrude this on the x-axis. About there. And we're going to have to put a curve in here. Which should be manageable, realistically speaking. Should being the operative word. If I actually select the top of this, then do this. Huh. Hold on. How... Okay, that's a lot thinner. That I will need to bear that in mind. Because this is interior, but then that's exterior. Okay. So if we put the hinges here, maybe. So we have them on the inside. No. No. Okay. In that case, this whole thing needs to get a bit. Because if we want... Well, thank you for the mint. I appreciate it. We've been operating the blender for a couple of hours now. I am running low on mints, actually. I've only got about 6 or 7 left. Just goes to show that they do last a pretty long time, though. I think we'll make this curve inwards at the top here. The bevel. Something like that. And we will move this so that it is center-lined with that. Is that center-lined? Yes, it is. So that's center-lined on that. I want a full Big Iron song, Black Sheep. That one sounds really fun. Also, Hit the Road Shack also sounds really fun. Inventory's full, and the backpack's not enough. The backpack's not enough. All of the songs that you put in the Sheeptunes album April 1st video are really good, even if they're like parody covers. They're really fun. I like them. I want to hear them all. And then we get me. Hold on, I'm going to turn the volume up for this one. That's good. That's good, Black Sheep. That's very good, honestly. I mean, yeah, but that's what you get for deciding to do a song that requires a backing choir. Like, that's somewhat on you, to be fair. Yeah. No, that honestly, all your songs are absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. It was a case of naive motivation. I mean, so's this. I looked at this and I went, I can do that. And now I'm 1/100th of the way through and I'm still thinking, I can probably do this. It's just gonna take a while. You know. Yeah. No, but I honestly, I love I love all the songs that you make. This is fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Yeah. My brain had a query just a moment ago. And now it's gone again. I don't know what it was. I wonder how many projects we wouldn't have made had we foreseen the amount of work they'd take. Before I was medicated, I would have said a lot. Now that I am medicated, a lot less. Like I would have probably done a lot more of the high intensity projects that I had in my mind if I had medication, essentially. Oh, that was the question. The Clarkson Jesus LCD. Did you Photoshop Clarkson's head onto the Jesus icon yourself? Actually, or was that just something that was around online? Let's go for Miracle de Sound, I think. Play all. And we'll skip the first two. Like, I don't mind the Viking rock, but honestly, it's not really my thing. Let's go for the Melania song. I believe this is the Melania song. It is the Gaben pic with Clarkson's head. I even had to make his face unnaturally big to hide Gaben's white face. I've committed myself to crocheting most of the main next-gen cast and a version of Enterprise. I wish you the best of luck with that, El. I really do. That is, that's an undertaking if there ever was one. Okay. Let's see. So, how is this going to connect? Actually, before I think about how this is going to connect... No, maybe I should leave this. Okay. Here's the thing. I'm going to have to move the player's positioning. Because at the moment, this is what you... Well, at the moment, the player positioning is somewhere here, basically, in-game. I don't know exactly. I haven't tested it. I haven't been able to test it yet. But we essentially need to move the player positioning to around about here-ish. So that we have essentially access to everything. But I'm feeling that we might move it further to this side because the steering wheel, it's not even in the center of the seat is the thing. To rot in purest gold. I don't know yet. So far, it's a bit Venom. I have a pile of heads and a pile of bodies. Oh, I see. Interesting. Interesting situation you've got there, El. I do think this is the correct level that I want this to sort of end up at. Okay, I want to very quickly check the original chassis. Down here. Okay. Ooh. That could work. Okay. Yes. I have a plan. So this, I'm gonna bring it back out to about there. But I'm also going to pull it in a bit. Then this section we will extrude inwards. To about the middle. And then okay. Delete these faces. Oh. Ah, I see. Okay. There's the full-faced. Right. Yeah, those faces need to be deleted. Okay. And then if I dissolve these edges. Ah. Right. Well, actually that might work just fine. No, that did not work. Okay, delete those edges. Okay. That's fine. It's just a little bit of extra work. Okay. Now, this is what I actually wanted to touch on here. We are going to bevel this in like that. Fair enough, Black Sheep. Have a good evening. And maybe next time you come by, this'll be finished. I doubt. I very much doubt. But you know, it's a nice dream. Oy! Okay. So this will be our outer edge on the door, I think. And then yeah. Okay. Now, this section, what I'm going to do here is I do feel like this floor level is about right, or ish right. Ish right? About right? Whatever. So I'm going to bring this down. No. Move. And I'm going to bring that down level with the floor. Actually, I'm going to make it very slightly higher than the floor because of the way that interacts. Then I'm going to grab the vertice here, and I'm going to extrude that vertice along the y-axis until it hits this edge. And then we are going to grab all of these, grab these edges. Can't see a bloody thing. There it is. And we're going to extrude those along the x-axis as well. Then grab this and link that up. Oops, I moved my 3D cursor by accident. There we go. This can be dissolved now. There we go. And seal that. Okay, so now this is where it gets weird. We need to bevel this, but we only want to bevel this by 2 segments. Like that. We want to bevel these and this. Okay, that's being weird immediately. That's what I was worried about. Okay, if I do, no. Okay, Shift N, Shift Control N. Control N. There we go. Okay. So let's actually do that for this whole thing. Shift N. Because I do want this whole section to be beveled. But that's going to be a little complicated. So let's do this one first. So then we have this beveled section here. Now, we do this one. And that has not worked as intended, so maybe we have to do these individually. Okay, that one just doesn't want to bevel at all. If I do this, how's that? Not great. Okay, actually, these can be dissolved, thankfully. There's a vertex in here. That's annoying. Is that enough space, really? For the door? Yes. No, it is enough space if I do this right. Hold on. Let me dissolve this vertex. And then we can... Okay. Not quite what I had in mind. Control-Shift-N. See if that works any better. No. I bevel along here at the same time. Kind of, but not quite. Mind you, this one isn't bad. That's a relatively okay bevel there. Not sure why that's curving down there, but all right. Actually, yeah, we're not going to be able to go back far enough to pull back this bevel. That's fine. We can just adjust as we need, but I do wonder if this bevel here is good enough. What does the... Can I see an open door visual? Do you have a picture of the door open from the outside? No, you don't. That's a modern Rolls-Royce Phantom. I don't want that. And the Duesenberg doors are different because they open backwards, essentially. So I can't really use those as a proper reference. And I just realized the other part of this. This chassis is curved down because the door curves out. But this curve is very gentle, very slight rather. I don't think it's enough. Although maybe all it needs really is to be shifted slightly. Something like that? No. No, 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 no. Okay. Okay. No, hold on. I need fresh. I need to start fresh on this one. Dissolve that edge. Dissolve this edge. I know what I want. It's getting it that's difficult. This section definitely needs to be beveled. 3-section bevel on that. But the problem with this section is that it does not want to be beveled. These vertices need to be dissolved. This vertice isn't even connected to that, so that's fine actually. If I grab this, yeah. Okay, why have you suddenly gone darker than the rest? What's going on here? Uncertain. All right. Beveled at 3 on the outer edge. Like that. That gives us door segment. We bevel to 1 on the internal. No. That edge needs to get deleted, I just realized. That's probably what's causing the issues. That is that. Okay, no. That needs to be that. This segment is that there. Okay. If we dissolve those edges, it doesn't care. Okay, that's fair. Okay, that seems to be important for some reason. I don't know why. Okay. Gods, there's so much stuff in here. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. We will delete this edge. And then delete that edge as well. Then join all these together. There is a vertice here and here that can be dissolved. Oh, there's another one down here, apparently. There was? Yes. And then this section will curve in and connect into that. Or rather, it'll curve out and then curve in. Because this is the door frame segment. Oh, God. Okay. I never thought that this selection of stuff would be quite so complicated. It just goes to show that there's a lot more to mechanical engineering in certain areas than people think. Dissolve that edge. Put this back. Meant to be. Okay, and then... Actually, I won't do anything to the end at the moment. We'll get to that later. Okay. So, now, should be able to bevel this properly. Yes. Cool. We'll do a 2 bevel on the internal. And then this bevels nicely like that. But I think I'll just do a 1 bevel on here. No. Actually, what we'll do, very specifically, we'll do a 3 bevel here. No? Oh. Okay. This is a 2 bevel, that's a 3 bevel. Let's do a 2 bevel. How's that? That's not bad. There we go. Okay. And then we can easily just move this to align with that. There we go. That's not bad. I mean, it's nowhere near finished, but it has good vibes, which I'm happy for. We will need hinges. I'm thinking one here and one here should be enough. Now, yeah, so that's about the same. Yeah, one about here, one about here. That curve is a lot steep. Is a lot larger, actually. Now that I'm looking. Okay. Okay. This curve is deeper. About that deepish. So if we do six, how's that? I mean, it's not bad. That could work, actually. That won't work. Maybe we bring the segments down a little bit. Something like that. And then what we can do is, instead of beveling fully, we can shift this along. That doesn't look even. There we go. Okay. That curves nicely. So then we can bevel again. Just do a 2 bevel. Bring that down to about there. Yeah, that looks better. And then we'll dissolve that edge. Nope, no we won't. Okay. What's going on here? Right. Okay. There was a thing for this, wasn't there? There was a bridge edge loops. Or was it a face thing? It was a face thing. Weld edges into faces. No, that didn't seem to do anything. Okay. Okay. I delete that edge, and that shows off the interior flooring, which is fine. That's not what I want. I want these to intersect. So if I subdivide, oh, this one looks like it. Okay, so we move this. That goes to there. That? No, you want to be subdivided again. So, subdivide that. Then grab this point. Bring that to about there. Then this beam can get deleted. Oh yeah, that should be deleted. Okay, that's fine. We can get that back in a moment. Actually, yeah, that should do. There we go. God, I don't know why you make it so difficult, Blender. Well, I do know, but it is what it is. learning to do all this stuff is going to come in handy in the future, probably. Okay. Right. Now. One more bevel. Just a little one. Okay. Cool. How does that look? Yeah, that's workable. Good grief. Talk about complicated. Ugh. Okay. Now that that's done... Oh god, this one's gonna be complicated, though. Show me the chassis again. Okay, that's quite large. That's relatively small. Don't think I'll stick to that. So if we grab this face, move it, eventually it's going to need to go all the way to the end there, but for now it will go to here. Okay. We will extrude to there, and then we will extrude again to here so that it's level. This one solve edge, solve edge, solve edge. Move. Ah, right. Got it. Wait, why? Oh, right. Of course. Oh, right. Well, that's okay. That's fine. God, there's too much stuff in the way. Okay, there, that one. And this one. And this one. So, if we then do split, this should... No, it doesn't. Okay, in that case, we will have to extrude on the z-axis. What's that? Oh. See. I understand. Dissolve that edge and dissolve this edge, but this edge actually needs to be extruded up. And the same here, this edge needs to be extruded on the y-axis. Okay. This one can be deleted, I guess. And this one can be deleted as well. Okay. There we go. Okay. That. So that there is our midpoint for the car, or the passenger area. So we'll have this up to there, and then something here, and along and up. It's getting there. It's just complicated. And this roll cage type thing needs to move in a little bit. But we'll get to that later. What we now need to think about is this connection, which I think shouldn't be too hard, realistically speaking. We'll extrude on the y-axis to about there. Find. Hold on. Yeah. Okay. So to there. And then connect this vertex and this vertex. And all of this gets connected as well. This stuff I would like to bevel, but I don't know how well that's going to work. Not very well. That's not too bad, but That looks better. But hmm. Just a small bevel. Just something to, you know, break it up a bit, really. Okay. Hmm. Oh, of course. Okay. So. Actually. Oh, God. Okay. Hmm. Now, this needs to curve. Properly curve. Not a bevel. And it needs to curve and then go up. That's important. Because it needs to fit the door. But no, that's not. Hmm. Hmm. Hold on. Hmm. Okay. For now, let's just assume that this is a post. And we need to build around it. So let's take out the interior for the moment. That there needs to connect to this. And that needs to connect to this. But this needs a curvature. As does this. This needs to be slightly curved up. And then all of that needs to connect into a flat set of planes. Ugh. Hmm. Right. Oh my god. Hmm. And then that needs to connect into there. Again, it needs a curve. And this needs to be a curve on a diagonal. Oh god. Alright. Okay. Doable, just annoying. Doable, just annoying. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. This one needs to be flat to the side. That I can do. No, it doesn't. It needs to... fuck. There's no flat pieces. Ah! Why? Why have I done this to myself? Why have I done this to myself? Ah! I have made mistake in trying to do this. Ah! Okay. Hmm. Okay. 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 We need a Bezier curve. Edit mode. Okay. Point. There. This point to here. Okay. 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 Is it S X 0? No. S Y 0? Yes. Okay. All right. And then looking at that, that looks too sharp. So okay. That's not the worst, but it feels too bulgy. That might be better. I don't know. Maybe? How about that? That's closer. I think. Hmm. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe if we move it back, because there instead. Wait. What's going on over here? It is. Okay, that's just texture Z fighting. I don't need to worry about that right now. Okay. This might work. Might work. Might. Okay. Object mode. Copy. Paste. Edit mode. Now. Okay. Okay. Mm, SZ0? Yes. Is that this angle? Honestly, not bad. Yeah, that might be fine. Okay. I'm not 100% certain on these curves yet, but they're better than nothing. So let's test them. Give me copy. Copy. Paste. F3 mesh. Control J. Control J again. Edit mode. Delete edge. Delete edge. Okay. Right, did I miss something? I did. Hmm. Do I want that curve to flatten out like that? Not quite. I think I want a little more curve. That's fine because that can be done manually. Let's subdivide this twice. Then it's in like this. Then subdivide this once. Hmm. Okay, maybe I will subdivide this again. There we go. Okay. There we go. Okay. All right. I don't know. I feel like I need a little more curvature connecting into these 3 points. Could do something like that. Is that alright? I can't really tell. Won't be able to tell until all the surfaces are on, to be fair. That feels wrong. Okay, so if we... delete that edge, delete this edge. Okay. Something like this. And then that. Maybe? Alright, let's try it. Give me all of these. How's that? Show me without... Honestly, that's not awful. That doesn't look too bad. I think there will be a panel gap here. It doesn't look anywhere near as neat as this does, though. It's probably because there's no curve in here. If I turn on the interior, I look over here, bearing in mind that my head's going to be around about here. I mean, honestly, that doesn't look bad. It's actually slightly more visibility than what the standard car has. If we turn the chassis of the standard car on. Yeah. Huh. I mean, obviously there's going to be a bonnet and a fender, but it's not bad, and but I don't know. Also, have I fucked up here? I have. I fucked up here. Okay. I don't like it. If I'm having this much trouble deciding whether I like it, it means I don't like it. Part of it is fine, but part of it is bugging me enough that I'm like, no, this is not right. This part, I'm fine with. It needs work, but I'm fine with it. This... Do I feel like this needs a little bit of a lift on the angle at the center. But other than that, I'm also fine with that. This part needs better. In fact, realistically, all it needs is enough subdivision Or does it? Oh, I don't know. Back to the Bezier curves. This one, we do need a very small adjustment on it. And it's mainly just a small adjustment that says it needs to be higher on this end. What does it? It needs to be higher in the middle. That's what it needs. Subdivide. Shift you up a little bit. Quite that much, but about there. Yes, yes, that'll do. About there is about right. Okay. Then need to. That's why it's fucking me up, because it's not in the right place. Ah, of course. Right. This needs to move. There. Because that is the correct positioning. Because this is an interior pillar and it's going to arc up. Okay. So this Bezier curve is also in the wrong place. Edit mode. So like that. Does that feel better? Yes, that does feel better. This might need a very slight adjustment. Yeah? Yes. Okay. Okay. And then we enter object mode, copy and paste. And move can. Oh, why is it down there? Well, okay. Bezier curve 2. Wait, where's my world selection point gone? Oh, okay, slide that down to here. And this needs to be flat. So, mode. This can be deleted for the moment. That point goes to there. Yes. Yes. Okay. this needs to be aligned. So SX0, yes. And no, not the other one, SX0 aligned. Okay, and then this one lifts. Like that. Just a little bit. And we run that along a little bit there. But then we get to the other issue, which is this curve here, which means this entire plate is curved in some manner. Ooh. Wait, was that weird? No, it's just, yeah, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Okay. And then that curve has to come in like this and down to there. Which is just even more stuff. Ugh. That will be flatter. So that's more manageable. Night, El. I will attempt to enjoy this. No, to be fair, I am enjoying myself. It's just... it's a lot of complicated geometry, basically. I mean... hold on. Looking at... that's just a flat line. Like, this is curved, but that's flat, so... realistically... The question is, do I want it to be a flat line? And the answer is probably no. Come on, show me one without the wheel on the side. I need to see that panel. That's AI. Okay, hold on. Let's go for the 1930s. Because that's technically the era we're actually looking for. 1940s? Oh, 1935. There's the transitional period. 1930s is technically closer to what we want. That's almost a chitty-chitty-bang-bang. Cute. But not what I'm looking for. Because it has a spare wheel on the side, which I need it to not have. Ah, this... might. Oh my god, the image is so small. That's a no. Give me some decent... maybe? References? Oh, kind of. Okay. It's not exact, but it's better than nothing. That? Okay. Yeah, it goes from flat to rounded to full curve. So this rounded segment is actually a good idea here. This I don't know about, because that is flat, technically. And it would be easier to make it flat. No, you know what? We are going to make it flat. Because then we're going to bevel it. And that'll give it a degree of curvature anyway. Okay. These two. Copy. Paste. F3. Convert to mesh. And then Control J. Edit mode. These ones can go for the moment. This section here connects directly. Okay, and then shit. Okay, yeah, this one has double the amount of vertices. Okay. So that to there. That to there. That to there. Missed one. Okay. That should hopefully do what I want it to do. Because it does curve. And maybe I would like a little bit more curve, but I can only have so much curve. Okay. Honestly, that seems to work quite well. I might do some minor adjustments to make it a little more curved on specific segments, but I can do those without needing a Bezier curve. I can live with that. Okay. How's this? Yes, I prefer that, actually. Though, delete that edge. Grab this vertice and make that small adjustment just to give that a little more downward curve. How's that? Yes. Yes, I prefer that. Though, this part I'm not so keen on. Actually, what I might do here is clear this out, and this edge will just be one thing. Because eventually that'll get beveled as well. And it'll get beveled like this over here. Okay. All right. Now, okay, how do I want to do this? This is going to get reduced in height. That much is obvious. We need to bring this around to that section here. Easiest way to do that is to grab a circle and stick it down here. Shift S, cursor to active. And then add circle, scale down to about that. Move according to this point. And then scale from 3D cursor. Okay. I drag you in there. Yes. You are fine, but then I have to... Actually, does it matter if it's not? Well, it does a bit, but... Alright. That section can go. Shit. Delete these vertices. And these ones. Okay, that's not quite working. Okay, let's extrude on the Z-axis. I can. We extrude up to that level. Then this can be scaled to be level with that. Delete this vertice. Shift D to copy. Shift S to move active cursor. Rotate by 90 degrees. Scale upwards so that that aligns with that. Oh. Okay. Okay. Okay, okay. And then we extrude on the z-axis up to about here. And what I want to do is distance between all of these things is different. Okay, doesn't matter then. Okay. You copy, not that one. The rotate 90 up. And okay. Now that should be aligned. It's just a matter of scale. Shift S, cursor to active. Cursor to active. There we go. Oh, and scale from 3D cursor. So now we scale this up to here and then along to there. Then if I swap our cursor to here, then scale downwards. Delete that edge. Oh, wrong thing. Okay, and then we move this down to about here. And then connect that together. And that hopefully should mean we can have this panel connected. Hopefully. Although I may move this down a little further, about there. Okay. Okay. So with that in mind, if we mark this as, oh gods, what I meant to do. This connects to that now. And the door will have to slot into here. I'll have to figure out how I want that to work. Have the hinges here somewhere, but I can see how that could work. Okay. All right. Okay, so this section here specifically, we do that. Yeah. And then that there. And that should allow us to fill this, at the very least. Yes. To be quite honest, these ones probably aren't necessary either. Because this should be fine. Actually, I think I'll move this one down by one. So that it sort of mirrors this edge here. What we'll do here is we will connect this lower vertice to that. And this vertice will connect here. And then, what is that? Why is that vertice there? That's not meant to be there. Weird. Right. Odd. And then that one goes to there. Actually, how many are on the lower one? 2. So this one goes to that. And then this one takes that and that. And the rest realistically speaking, shouldn't need anything, but I will just link that up in case. Okay. 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 All right. Let's shift D and then up to there. We'll need to scale that in, but then up to there. Then up to there. I'm a fan of this tiny section here. Bit a tiny amount out. All right. About there. A little too far, I think. Out here. There we go. Okay. Shift D. That was D. That. And Shift D one more time. There. This piece here, I'm not going to use actually. Delete that. Then we will hold on. Give me the vertices selector, please. Okay. Des cursor to arc active. Then scale from 3D cursor. how's that? I think. Yeah, I think reducing these down. Oh. Okay. And then we select S. Nope. Shift S, cursor to active. And then, oh God. I feel like I made a mistake here. Like, not a massive mistake, but enough of one that I'm like, I could have done this better. Give me this. Shift D. D. And there we go. Okay, so okay. So actually, would it just be easier to extrude the edge? No. Let's do this properly. Okay. Cursor to active. bring this one in. Same level, so this should be fine. Okay. Yes, that looks better. Two. Okay. And one more. Wait. Oh no, it is still at the correct level. That brings that into there. Okay. Now, I think this will be easier now that this is level. Both because I have a decent idea of how things need to look. Okay. Shift, oh, hold on. Not Shift S. Yes, Shift S. But also, give me these points. Because this needs to be the same level as that. Means this. Oh. Ah. Did I not? Oh, I didn't. 3D cursor, please. There we go. Very quickly, we will clear, rather dissolve, a couple of vertices in these ones, because we really don't need this many. And we'll do the same for this one here. Shift S goes to active. And this one we will also adjust. So actually, to be fair, this one is probably the best one to base all the others off of. There we go. Okay. Okay. Probably dissolve some of these as well. In fact, quite a lot of these can be dissolved. It's very small detail that very few people are going to even care about or see. Although this one here feels like it could be scaled a little more. There we go. That's more like it. Oh. To be quite honest, this one can be dissolved even more. There we go. Okay. Then we just raise that up to wherever this point is. mm. Nice. Right. Happened. Yeah. Oh, I'm just seeing another thing through the... Okay, that's fine. There we go. Hmm. And honestly, at this point, I'm not even sure that this bevel is worth it. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, honestly, that's better. Feels more appropriate. Just a small adjustment, basically. Hmm. Solve? No. There we go. Much better. Okay, cool. You. You should be fine, but just in case. Oops. Okay. Is that fine? How does that look? Not a massive fan, I'll tell you that much. What if... No, because this needs to be flat. We'll just do that, but... Ah, no, hold on. That makes more sense. There we go. Okay, you are weird. Ah, I see. That's why you're weird. There we go. That I can live with. Yeah. Okay. All right. This section needs to be subdivided. That many times. Actually, no. I think I was right earlier. That many times. that gonna look alright? I think it should. Yeah, that looks decent. I'm relatively pleased by that. Then, this section gets beveled. 3 bevel, I think, will be enough. Unless I'm wrong. Okay, hold on. Shift N. Hopefully that'll fix it. There we go. Sort of. Okay, that hasn't fully fixed it. M by distance. Now, there we go. Okay, yes. Okay, this is looking really good now. It's getting to the point where I'm very happy with it. I am a little confused by this situation, though. But that is manageable. If we delete this edge, and now that we have the bevel in, and we do this, I think. No. Oh. That, and then okay. This to here. Oh, what I meant to do. That to there. And this to here. And then those together. Is that better? Difficult to tell, really. It needs to be flat, though. It needs to be straight and flat. Which is the difficult bit, to be fair. Oh. Ow. Alright. Let's lift... Oh, why is that there? That's not meant to be there. Let us extrude. Okay. And then do we do the same up? Do we lessen it as we go? I get the feeling that we need to lessen it. Actually, I'm not even sure I want it. gods. Okay. Making me question my own decisions again and again and again. I like this section. This annoys me. I'm wondering if that should just be flat. Like it is here, actually. So if instead of that, we go... and do that instead. I think maybe a very small amount of curvature to get this better, but yeah, that may work better, honestly. But then we have the issue of the door. Don't know. I think the part that I don't like about it is that this isn't parallel. Oops, I have accidentally deleted that. It's fine. I don't even know if I like this. Spent so much time on something and then I just realized that actually I hate it. know why that got deleted, because I deleted something entirely irrelevant, but sure. That's fine. Just a little bit of blend of weirdness. What the hell has happened here? Hey. That connected? Ugh. There we go. Okay. No other weirdness? No other weirdness. Cool. Hey, Lister. Welcome in. We are Duesenberging. And getting somewhere. It's... oh, God, is it complicated. But we are getting somewhere. I am currently scratching my head about the transitional point between this section of the car and the first door frame. Ugh. I can see it. In my mind's eye, I can see it, but getting it into Blender, that's the tricky part. Okay. Actually gonna delete this. I'm not happy with this either. And because I've deleted that, I'm gonna move this. No, actually, I won't move that. I specifically want this. Okay, hold on. Show me interior. No, I did not manage to find the fly walk cam, actually, Lister. The fly walk cam, honestly, I did try using it and it was a pain in the ass. I did not like it. What I did was I installed an add-on that allows me to navigate the viewport the same way that you do in Unreal Engine 4. Or in Unreal Engine, basically, or in the Unreal Editor. So I essentially use WASD to move, Q and E for up and down, and I can zoom. And it works pretty well. Honestly, this is my preferred method of design software for navigation. This is a pain in the ass. I don't like it. But this works, and this works really well, and it's honestly, it's made it a lot easier for me to do what I'm trying to do. Okay. This, however, this needs to be moved. And lowered and adjusted a little. That's what I like a lot about Blender. Missing something you want? Chances are there's an add-on for it. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, because it's open source, that makes it a lot easier for everything, basically. Okay. I need to move the interior. That's not important at the moment, though. And I've been making strides, slowly but surely. I have the fenders done. Like, the rear fenders are done. The frame for the runner board is done. The front fender frame is technically done, but I can't finish it yet because I need to find a way to connect it. I've been doing a lot of little bits and pieces. Maya is lacking. Oh dear. I mean, Maya is, that's industry standard though, isn't it? Which, at the end of the day, leaves it kind of in the hands of corporate, machinations. Which does not bode well for it, unfortunately. Okay, I mean, if I just do this... Hold on, I need to turn off the bloody interior again. If I just do that to there, and then that to here, does that look? Honestly, that looks pretty good. That looks fine. I don't mind that. It needs a transition here, but that actually looks fine. Okay. That's fine. I can live with that. I will subdivide once. And move this vertice up here to give us a tiny amount of visual space. All right, I'm still moving from thing. Like that. No, to there. There we go. And then we need a curvature that goes down here. So if we do another subdivision, and then subdivide this twice, we can dissolve this vertice. This vertice we can move down to about here. And this one we can move down to about here. And then these two can be connected like that. Why would that be poking through though? Oh, of course, because, yeah, that makes sense, actually. Oh, okay. Because this section is, in fact, the actual point that we need. Okay. For the moment, this is fine. Let's get rid of these vertices because they're not necessary. We subdivided the wrong thing. So now let's subdivide the right thing. Actually, I don't even need to subdivide it that much. I just need the one vertice that I can slide. There we go. And that we slide down to here. And then that we link. And there we go. Okay, now I get to play with a knife. You know, little things that make me happy. Years of doing circles in Minecraft by eye honestly really helps with this, surprisingly. Okay. There we go. Oh. There we go. Okay. Now, we will adjust this a little bit so that we actually have the curve I want. Ah, that was quicker than I expected. And delete that edge. And dissolve this edge. No, that hasn't worked the way I intended it to. Whoopsie. Okay. Actually, if I dissolve these edges, yeah, that'll do for now. But eventually what we want is that to go like this, and then some degree of additional stuff. I don't have that in my head yet. Actually, what we can do is we can subdivide these three in preparation. Grab the grab these. Like that. How's that? Not bad. Eventually, I think okay. Just a floating vertice there for some reason. Okay, that is the vertice I was planning to select though. How's this looking? Yeah, that's fine, I think. Resolve that edge? No. Delete that edge? Yes. There we go. How are you faring on your own, Duesenberg, Lister? I'm curious, since you said you wanted to give it a go. Okay, let's subdivide this. Bring that in there. Not what I meant to do, but it's fine. It's minimal inconvenience. Okay. This edge solved? No, it can just be deleted. And I will de-edge this whole thing. There we go. That's a bit better. That to there. That to there. Subdivide this. And subdivide the lower one as well. Twist for the small, my reach is long. And the ravens black against the center's mist, whispering the song. Yeah, that should do. Okay. Yeah, that looks fine. None of that is actually going to get seen anyway. It's all under the car, unless you flip the car over or you're using photo mode specifically to look for problems, then should be fine. Okay. If I switch to object mode. Yeah, that actually looks pretty decent. I don't mind that. Goodness. Goodness me. This is a hell of a lot of work. I didn't realize quite how much of a hell of a lot of work it was until sort of around about now-ish. Well, not now-ish, but like in general today. Okay. back to edit mode. Let's this. Back to there. That is not meant to be there. Okay. This and this. Oop. Not deleted apparently. Hold on. By distance. Dissolve. Nope. Alright, I guess we're deleting them. Okay. Is that the right one? Yes. Cool. Okay. And delete that edge as well. Oh, okay. Okay. I don't know how. I'm not sure how the door should work. Because this vehicle here has a slanted door, but I don't know how the hinge system works for that. Like, I don't know if it's just a single hinge or if it's double. I assume it's not a double because if you have two hinges offset on a diagonal, the door's not going to open in a straight, on a level line. So I don't want to do that here, but I don't know. Maybe it just needs one hinge? And if it has two hinges but it's slanted like this, then when the door opens, it'll hit the inside. I mean, game-wise, it won't hit it, but it, like, I want it to make sense. What's the car in the image? It's a Rolls-Royce Dragon Reaper. It's a Rolls-Royce Phantom, I believe, or at least a toy version of a Rolls-Royce Phantom. There's a couple of them around. Like this Rolls-Royce, for example, has the hinges on the back of the door, not the front. But again, this is slanted at the back, so there's... Yeah. I mean, if I could have the doors, like, open sort of diagonally, maybe, but I don't think I can do that. They have to be... And it wouldn't look good anyway. Well, the good news is this edge can go. Because this is essentially the bonnet or the hood section of the body complete. The grille on the front will be part of the bumpers. The internals will be the engine. There's a couple of things that do still need to be done. I do want to put a fuel tank in here if I can, but I don't know if that's realistically possible because, surprisingly enough, the in-game car doesn't actually have a fuel tank. I was looking at it earlier, and the Pacific Drive car does not have a fuel tank. It just has the fuel cap that you can put a nozzle in, but there's no fuel tank linked to it. There's nothing in there. Which I was kind of surprised by, because they've modeled a lot of the stuff in there, including like the battery, but I guess you never actually interact with the fuel tank. So that sort of makes sense. I am gonna move this. Just a bit so that it covers for now. I mean, okay. Bringing up the interior again. It's not a major problem for me to just move this forward. But then it comes to the part of how does this mesh to the door? Does it mesh to the door at all? Maybe it doesn't. I mean, the big thing about the Duesenberg, and the reason it can have such a nice transition at the front for the door, is because the hinges are on the back of the door, not the front. But what I'm planning for here means that this should be straight, but then this will be slanted backwards. Okay, you know what? First things first, this section is basically done. So, no, I can't select it all. I need to be particular. Let's go face by face. Right. Can't really go face by face because I had in. No, that's fine. I can just do that later. It is time to give this thickness, but because it's part of the body, I can't solidify it. Then it just starts doing weird stuff. Those are commonly called suicide doors. Yeah, if opening at a diagonal, I can see how that would get them that name. Yeah, no, that's, yeah. Oof. Yikes. Alright. Shift D, copy. There is actually a... I mean, I don't mind the way this looks, honestly. If it has a bit of a... it does have a bit of a... If I... Hold on. This is a test. Delete this edge. Link it back up. Link this edge to this edge. How does that look? That doesn't look so bad. Okay, let's do that to this one as well. Just so that it's safe. Ish. There we go. Just so that the panel's texture doesn't freak out at some point. I will at some point need to put on some grills here. I think. Because I've seen a couple, like this one has a little panel on it, but there are a couple that really like to put grills there. A couple of variants, like, hold on. Yeah, this one here has little grills on the edge for cooling. That's not a bad reference, but that is way too far back. It's nice, but yeah. I think this is another one that has, yeah, it's got that little panel on the side. Okay, anyway. Right, what was I? Yes, I need to very quickly find the low point on here. And we will extrude on the y-axis. Now, that has not worked, because that is slanted. Okay. Shit. Huh. Wait, that... Okay, that is actually... That exists. Okay, that can be our connection point then. All right. In that case... Good. Ah! Didn't mean to do that. Fine. Everything's fine. And we will move this in accordance with that position there. To that alignment point. And with that there, I should, let's see, be able yeah, this needs to come down very slightly. So let's see, this is down here. So if we shift S on that, and then scale downwards, until it is aligned here. And that gives us our internal paneling. Once it's all sealed up, I can bevel it. If the vehicle were moving and the rear hinge door opened, aerodynamics drag would force the door open and the person would have to lean out of the vehicle to reach the handle to close it. As seat belts were not commonly used in the early days of cars having suicide doors, the person could easily fall out of the car and into traffic, hence the name suicide door. Why have cars not been banned yet? Well, there's a lot of reasons for that. There's a lot of reasons for why cars haven't been banned yet, and they mainly come down to money. Cars make money, and as such, people don't want to ban cars. Okay. That is aligned to that. Okay. Hold on. Alright. And then we want to adjust. Give me that to there. Okay. Cool. Can we move this very slightly? Wait, I've been moving that by the bounding box center. Ah, shit. No wonder it was being slightly weird. Move according to the 3D cursor, please. Okay. That is the internal one. Yes, yes. Scale down. There we go. Oh. How's that? Yes, and then we need to scale this way. Is that still aligned down here? Yes. Is that aligned here? No, but it doesn't, it never intended it to be. Actually. Let's just make sure that's fully aligned like that. And actually that might have made this align again. Not quite, but it's fine. It's a minor issue, honestly. My 62 IH Scout did not have factory seatbelts. It was still an optional feature, even at the time. God damn. That sounds terrifying, actually. That sounds terrifying. Okay. I believe this is all in its correct positioning. So for the vertices that we can, let us merge them by distance. And let's start connecting. We don't need to connect everything, but honestly, it's better to be safe than sorry. I think the little pop-up of the hinge section for the hood is quite nice, actually. I like that. I was pondering making it fully flat, but honestly, the very slight bump is quite nice. Okay. God. This one? Is that what I'm looking for? Well, it's one of the things I'm looking for, but it wasn't what I was actually looking for. That and this. Connect those. And this side. Okay. This is going to be a lot of clicking. I will copy this curve. And then Shift S to scale it a bit. Okay. God damn. Okay. This one needs to be lifted there. Actually, we'll lift it to be level, but we won't slant it in because we're going to end up... It's not too vicious a slant. Yeah. Okay. Where is that? If you enter edge mode, select all parallel edges. Selected should look equal from side. You can press Ctrl E, select bridge edge loop, and it should fill it in with proper edges in the center of the verts. Pat down on repeatable sections that are linked, like the top of the hood here. Ah. Little things that I keep on learning. Admittedly, I do enjoy the somewhat repetitive motion of just adding additional bits and pieces. Because it means I can be sort of specific in how I want the curve to look. But I do get what you mean. This, however, is starting to get in the way. Okay. Give me faces. Yeah, that's true. I'll probably start using more of the sort of time saver tools as I figure what works for me and what doesn't. I don't know how long it'll take me to get to that point, but we'll see. Okay. I wanted to delete this edge. And then pop that in like that. No. We don't want that. We want it to be... Say we want it to be relatively level. But it's not, is it? It's... Okay, what if we do... We delete this vertice. And then we scale from the 3D cursor. Yeah. That. Yeah, that might work better. There we go. I got a decent base of the Berg, but I'm not sure how I want to spice it up. Like if I want to go Diesel Punk, Pacific Rim style, etc. I mean, Diesel Punk is always fun. You could, however, Lister, you could go... Oh, there's a specific term for it, but it's essentially... it is... Art Deco Atom Punk is probably the best way I can describe it. There's a really neat game that I've had on my to-play list for a while that I haven't gotten around to yet, called Aether and Iron. And you have this sort of thing, which is 1920s style vehicles, but with this sort of atom punk style futuristic tech under it. Which is honestly very cool, in my personal opinion. I always enjoy it when people take really old cars and spice them up for really futuristic scenarios, which I think is pretty cool. So there's an idea for you at the very least. Okay. I am admittedly spending a lot more time on the small details than I probably need to, but I do enjoy it. So what's with the lighting on this piece? Weird. Okay. What in the world is going on here? What where is... Okay. I get that you really like the song Valhalla Calling, Kevin, but I honestly couldn't care less. It does not interest me. Like, you've made 3 different versions of it at this point, and honestly, I get less interested every time I hear it. The rest of your music is really fun. I really wish you'd go back and do the original sort of ridiculous video game music that you used to, instead of this sort of semi-symphonic rock. But, you know, I'm not gonna complain as long as I don't have to listen to Valhalla Calling again! Sorry, everyone. I got a bit of a... went off on a bit of a rant there, I apologize. I don't usually rant at other creators like that, but, I don't know, that one got to me for some reason. Okay. Right. So, who wants to bet that all of these vertices are fucked right now? I'm gonna normalize this before I try and bevel it, basically. Shift N. Okay. Oh, hello. Hold on. What's going on here? You are slightly off, aren't you? Why are you slightly off? What's happened? Delete the edge. And delete this vertex as well. It's fine. It's just a small adjustment. Good. Right. Now, select all, Shift N. Cool. All right. Now, we only want one segment on this bevel. Because we're just creating a bit of an edge that will not look too sharp or visually disturb the player. Okay, so. Ooh, okay. You are functional. That's nice. Let's look at the corner specifically as we do this, because the corner is where things usually go wrong. About there? How's this down here? Okay. It is working, however. This I want to move. Here. And then merge by distance. Actually, that's another point. I should do full merge on this one as well. Yep, there were at least 2 more vertices that needed merging in there. That could have caused issues later on, and I don't want to deal with that. Okay, back to beveling. Also, Lister, for this upcoming piece, I need a small amount of advice. I still remember using Blender when there was no merging by distance. That sounds like it would suck. Oh! Oh no! Oh! That sounds like it would suck so bad! Oof! Oh dear. Mm-mm. Don't like that idea. Okay, I need to be very gentle with this. Around about there. Yeah. Is that good? Yeah, that's good. How's this holding up? Okay, not amazingly well, admittedly, but I think. Hold on, if I delete this, okay, yeah, it's being weird. All right. Dissolve that edge? No. All right. Dissolve this edge? No. All right. Oh God, you. Okay. Not happy, are you? Okay. if we... I mean, basically all I need here is this to there, that to here, and... Wait, what's going on here? I merged you, didn't I? I've sworn I merged you. Do you get that unhappy about it, really? Hmm. Okay. Merge at last. There we go. Okay. At last. Dissolve that vertice. And dissolve... Oh, no, don't dissolve that vertice, apparently. Huh, why don't dissolve that vertice? What's that doing? Oh, sorry, yes. I got distracted by the idea of non-distance measured vertice merging. You mentioned the other day a easy way to make cables. Now, the Duesenberg has these pipes here. How to make easy cable and large is my question, basically. That is my query. Ah, I'm gonna have to. Okay. Merge it last. Dissolve vertice. Tell me the quick and dirty, and I'll see if I'll see in my head if that'll work. I may need more customizable, considering what I'm doing. I'll probably end up needing the more customizable option. But let's start with quick and dirty. Okay, bit of this, a little bit of that, and a little bit more of this. Okay, and we bevel. What? Oh, in the world? I? No, it is. Huh. I mean, for the rest of it, that's fine. Just for this section, it's being a little weird. I don't know why. That's fine. I can probably live with that. I guess it's because this section doesn't have a backing, actually. Create a curve, then you want the curve data on the right is the column of color buttons. The one you need is the green line. Okay, hold on. Let me unbevel that, and I'll create a new curve. Dang! That looks pretty good. I am impressed with myself. And that does not happen often. You can see the division line here, and that's not a bad thing because it is meant to be there, but I might accent that a little at some point. Oh, God. Okay. Right. Add curve. Do I want a Bezier curve or a NURB curve? I'm just going to make a Bezier curve. They're the only ones I really use. Then you want curve data. Is the green line. This is fine. Okay, hold on. I'm assuming I need to be in edit mode for this. Curve pen? No, hold on. Right side under the folder window. Oh, I see. Okay. There's a drop-down category labeled geometry. Okay. In that you will find an option for depth under 3 buttons of round object profile. Depth. Ah! Tube! Tube! Ah! Tube! Alright. Honestly, that'll do, actually. That'll do. Yeah, no, that'll work just fine. Ah, tube! I'm mildly surprised myself with tube. Goodness. No, that'll do fine. That'll do perfectly, actually. Alright. What we need to do is we need to... Actually, I can edit the curve while it's in tube form. That's actually ideal. Set the depth higher to make it thicker. Resolution adds/removes roundness. Got it. All right. In that case, let us do tube. Also, I'm gonna kill these ones because I don't need those ones anymore. Those were for this section here. I was keeping backups just in case, but now we're well beyond the necessitation for backups. Okay. Rotate. Oh, no, I meant to rotate the whole thing. Okay, let's go 90 degrees. Scale this down. It's a little ridiculously big at the moment. You can convert the curve to a mesh later, but for now it's far easier to leave as a curve. Yes, that is something that I've learnt relatively quickly. Okay. So, we want this to be SZ0. Yes. And then we want to move this over this wheel well. and into this. Then this needs to go over here. And we want to S, Z, 0. Okay. Then we move that in. And we move this back. Ooh. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, very nice indeed. Ooh. I do love me my curves. Ha 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 ha. Ooh. Okay, cool. This position needs to be level with that. Okay, and then we'll bring that down, this forward here. Add more verts to the curve to make corners cleaner as needed. Yes! Yes, that is something that I am already familiar with, actually. Actually, what I'll do, because this is eventually going to be, this is going to be the exhaust system, basically. So it needs to sort of go under here. More complicated mode lets you use a mesh as a skin to the curve, so you can have, say, braided cables. Also lets you have a start and end cap mesh, good for hose connectors, but it requires you to make the meshes yourself. I'm good with this for now, honestly. Subdivide. And subdivide again, actually. This will be... Actually, we'll subdivide again later. Okay. This... we will put here. Okay, we do want a subdivision between these two. I didn't realize that was just a straight line. Still, this needs to be closer to there. This needs to be further in. Yeah. That needs to come up like that. Then... Actually, what I will actually do... Actually, what I will actually do... God. Is I will maneuver this into the center so that it has minimal collision. Like that. Objects mode is more for when you're doing hardcore details or trying to do animated hard body physics. It is also, amusingly, a great way to make anime-style hair for characters. Interesting. Ooh, excuse me. Okay. I will subdivide this again. And bring this along this. I assume... Yeah, no, that does the whole thing. Do I want this piping to be a little smaller? No, I do actually want it to be around 0.4. That seems about right. Okay, this side needs to go a little further out so that it doesn't intersect with the sort of mesh there. And we want this to be on a diagonal downwards-ish. Okay. Give that a little bit more rotundness. And we will bring this down very slightly. Okay, like that. Okay, this needs to be the same height as same height as that. Because that's what this is at, I think. That feels a little too high. How does this... No, this sort of just tucks in and then under. It doesn't slide like I'm doing here. Maybe... No. I want it to hide that. I do think that this needs to be... Come on, let me... There we go. On Honestly, maybe delete this one. Something more like that. At that point, though, I do think you can set the handle type with V if you need different controls of the curve. I think we'll be fine. I think. Just trying to select the bloody vertice. That up. This isn't. This is too big to be the exhaust. I want it to transition into being the exhaust, but it is too big to be the exhaust for the moment. I assume that you can't adjust. Can you adjust, like, size of the can you adjust the width at each end of the curve, or is it just like one width all the way down? With basic mode like this, it's one size. Okay, that's fine. I mean, I can probably end up adjusting it in the... Well, once I go back into edit mode, anyway. Or once I turn it into a mesh, I can probably adjust the sizing anyway. So that's not a major concern at the moment. This, I do want to move forward to here. Actually, I just want to move these two forwards to there. Okay. And I do want to bring this to the same level that the other part of the pipe is at. That's not bad. This is going to annoy me a little bit. But I think I can live with it. That's good, right? Yeah. Okay. Back to object mode. Copy and paste. Copy and paste. So then into edit mode. Actually, no. We can do this. Moment. I'm gonna want even spacing between those. Can make multiple curves of the sizes you need and just merge them manually after converting to mesh? Yes. Have multiple curves in the same curve object, cuts down on the object span. This is true, but you can't have multiple curved objects in the same curve, can you? I don't think. Unless you can, in which case that sounds a little bit nuts and I don't think I'll be doing it. If we align... Yeah, that might work. Yes, but you... Wait, can you do that with curves as well? I thought I tried that and I couldn't. Hold on, let me... Shift D. Oh, I can. Oh, alright. Fair enough. Cool. I've honestly just been making a new curve in a new object because I thought I couldn't do that. That's on me. And then 50. And one more. Ooh. Well, that looks nice though. Ooh. I do think it needs very slightly to drop down a bit every time. So that one down to here. And that one, ooh. And this one down to here. And yeah, they to pull out very slightly so that they maintain. Oh yeah. Oh, that looks really nice though. Oh, I'm loving that. Ah, I'm loving that. That looks so nice. That looks so nice. Goddamn. Oh. Should I go for 4? I don't know. I think, is 4 too many? I don't know. Oh. Uncertain. Should I go for 4? Ah. I could go for 5. I could go for 5. Ooh. 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 Ah. Yeah. A sudden necessity has overcome me. Shift D. Slide that further. And then bring that down a bit. And slide it out. Ooh. The Berg normally is a straight 8, 2 ports into 1 pipe, so 4 pipes normally. Ah. But this isn't a normal Berg. This is the Dusenroyce, and it can have 5. And I like that idea. I'm going mad, Lister! I'm going mad! I can't help myself. I want to add more Greeblies. By the time this car gets into the game, it's not going to be playable. It'll be too bloody detailed. I'll look at it and my game will freeze. Well, you say a straight 10. But this is going to be mirrored, Lister. So it wouldn't be a straight 10. It would be a V10. Because it would have 10 pipes. Like 5 on each side. I'm going a little nuts. I think I'm going mad with power. Ah! Oh, gods. Ah. Yeah, I think I'm going mad with power. Okay, give me one more. I think I need to put them a little closer together. Or maybe move this one forward a tiny amount. I don't want it to intersect with... Actually, that should be fine. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Nothing said it had to be a reasonable engine. This is true. This is very true. Okay. Okay, hold on. Give me this. Okay. Sure. Let's bring that in to there. And then we will separate by an exact amount. So if we go by exactly... Oh gods. No, I can't do it by exactly 1. I have to do it by 0.1. So S... No, that's... S is scale. What is move? Is it M? No. What is the... What's the shortcut for moving? G. G on the x-axis 0.1 minus 0.1. Okay. Yeah, that looks about right. Okay, cool. Actually, what I'll do delete these and we'll redo that in a way that actually makes sense. Okay, Shift D. Then G on the x-axis minus 0.1. Then Shift D. G on the x-axis minus 0.1. Then Shift D. G on the x-axis minus 0.1. That didn't do what I intended it to. G on the x-axis minus 0.1. There we go. I see, I see. And then Shift D, G on the x-axis minus 0.1. Okay, cool. Now, this piece needs to shift every time by approximately 0.015. So, G on the y-axis 0.015. So this one needs to be G on the y-axis 0.03. Oh, don't worry. I have mirroring very much covered. Don't worry about that, Lister. Mirroring, I figured out relatively early on. I've been using the mirror generate modifier. It works relatively well. That's what'll happen the moment I put this on the actual body. Okay. So G on the y-axis 0.025. No. 0.03, 0.045. There we go. And then this one, GY 0.06. Okay, cool. Oh god, that looks so cool! Ah! I love it! I love it! I love it! I love it! Okay, this is a bit of an issue for the moment, but we'll get there when we get there. Alright, so now we need to go down. So let's say, how much are we gonna go down by? 150 again? No, that feels a little steep. Let's go by 100 this time. So GZ 0.01. Oh, minus 0.01. GZ minus 0.02. GZ minus 0.03. And then GZ minus 0.04. Okay, cool. I'm a little bit worried about this. What's happening there? Oh, what has happened there? I think I've accidentally left a pipe in there. Whoopsie. Hold on. What's this? L. Yeah, I've left a pipe. See, that was on me. Did I leave multiple pipes in there? I feel like I might have left multiple pipes in there. No, that's the first one. Second, third, fifth. Okay. Oh god, but that looks so cool! Although this little bit of weirdness worries me, actually. Don't know how that'll look. I mean, if I do... Ah, I see. Actually, if we... can I just, like, snap them all into the same place? No, apparently not. I mean, if I just do... Oh, oops. I do that. That looks better. Although, this one worries me though. Well, no, that's honestly fine. It's not that big of a deal. Getting all of these merged is going to be a pain, though. I can't merge those into one position, which is slightly annoying. Select them all, scale 0. Okay. S 0. Oh, nice. Thank you. That is useful. And that means all of these can go to scale 0 as well. Let's set that there for the moment. It's not a technical merge, so when you go to convert to mesh, there will be overlapping verts that you have to merge as well. That's fine. As long as it's not too much of an issue. Okay. We're going to very quickly set this to 0.35 and increase it from there to see what's my preference. 0.37? No, those pipes don't feel chunky enough. 0.39. No, honestly, 4 was actually probably about right, to be honest. Resolution-wise, how low can we go on this? Okay, so that's 0. 3 is chunky. Sorry, no. 1 is chunky. 2 is okay. 3 is good. 4 is round. Honestly, I think we'll go on 3 for the resolution on this. Okay. Alright. Fill caps. Does that just... Yes, it does. We'll do that for now, I think. Oh, we can taper. Oh, no, we can't. Oh, what is offset? No. No. Okay. Cool. And now I should be able to switch to object mode, F3, and convert to mesh. Ooh. Look at these fancy pipes. Oh, I love it. Oh, that looks so cool. That looks really cool, actually. I'm very happy with that. Okay, let's enter edit mode and look at this mess. Ah, it's not as much of a mess as I thought it would be, actually. It's a bit of a mess, but, you know, it is what it is. Okay, and now, let's merge by distance. Moved 100 vertices. God damn. Yeah, that's not surprising somehow. Oh boy. Cool. It clips a little bit there. But we can fix that simply by sliding it very gently. Like 26. Enough. Maybe not. Maybe a bit more. Oh, that's because I slid it forward. Let's do 16. Oh. Yeah, that's perfect. That'll do. Whew, okay. Goddamn. Question. Are you more a grey model worker or does some color help with working on things? Color helps when I'm actively working on small detail pieces. So if I'm doing stuff like dials and gauges in the cabin and so on and so forth. If I'm doing chassis work like this, grey model is easier, honestly. Although if you can tell me how to make the pipes look different, I'll take it. Bezier curve into chassis body. Control J. Et voila. Oh, that's rounded. Or is it rounded? No, it's not rounded. Oh. Is it? I can't tell. Ah, whatever. It's fine. God, this engine is gonna look ridiculous. Ah. Give the pipes a new material. Okay. Edit mode. L. Material. Material. Assign new. Oh. Oh no. No. No, Blender, don't you dare crash on me. Not after everything I've just put together. Ah! Please. Please, no. Oh. Save. Okay. We're good. We're good. We're good. Ah. Terror. Absolute terror just then. Oh my god. Ah! Oh! Oh my god, that was scary. That was scary. That was scary. Oh my god. Okay. Right. Click the white area to select a color. Let's go yellow. Goldish yellow. How about that? And I guess a little bit metallic, maybe? Those are for keying animation and physics. I see. Okay. Okay, so I have a material. I click assign. No, that hasn't done anything. Select. Ah, no. Okay. Oh wait, does this? Oh God, gold. No. Hmm. An object can have multiple materials. Select the polys you want to change, then click Assign when that material is selected. Okay, I have clicked Assign. It's just kind of assigning it to the whole object. Add a second. Ah, I see. All right. Okay, so let's go for new, and let's say sort of silvery. Value lowered around there, and somewhat metallic as well. And then assign. Oh, cool. Okay, but this is not showing up in the solid shading viewport. Is there a way I can remove? Ah, there we are. Okay. But, okay, here's a question then. The interior has multiple solid shades. How's that done? Because I assume if I look, like, if I turn on the shading, it, like, enhances because it's brighter, but it has a base color. What is that about? Like, when I actually look in the interior thing, it has this player cab interior, and then it has dummy materials here. But the fact that they're showing up in the solid color viewport. Hmm. I am suddenly wondering if I should make the pipes part of the engine instead of part of the body. So you can have more pipes the more the higher tier engine you get. Hmm. Tempting, but no. Well, it's tempting. Well, it's not. I don't want chromed pipes or anything. It's literally just I'm curious as to why this in non-material view is still different colors. It was my only curiosity, really. Um. Hmm. Because the dummy materials have different settings than the default new created ones. Ah, okay. I will bear that in mind, and I will put it out of my mind for the moment because it is not important. What is important is getting this done. Let's grab... Oh god, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where have I gone? There it is. Extrude on y-axis. There. That's about right. And then under the material tab, there's a drop down for viewport display. You can see the color there. Ah, I see. Got it. Cool. Okay. This needs 2 subdivisions. Subdivide, subdivide. Okay. This to the center. And bring it up. See, actually. There we go. And then ooh, hello. Key. Oh, goodness. Okay. If you ever try to render an image, it wouldn't show the viewport display color, the material one instead. I figure you would have to rework the materials anyway, so the created ones are just for visuals as well. That's fair. I mean, a lot of the materials are going to be and I believe most of the materials are going to end up being mapped in Unreal Engine, because that's probably how I'm going to have to do it. Or at least a variant of Unreal eventually. let's just dissolve that one. I mean, this is probably enough. Actually, this we will actually move into level. And if I do S0, I actually did much, but it's fine. Okay. Okay. There we go. I'm essentially making it so that the inner view of the engine, you don't see the interior. But I have just had another thought. Fine. This one, delete the edge on that. Subdivide this. Bring that in. Go. Cool. Honestly, I never enjoyed that particular Far Cry game. This kind of made me a little uncomfortable. I do like going nuclear, though. Gee golly, it's a beautiful day. Gonna blow my troubles away. I'm going nuclear. Gonna light this town. The walls that hold me are melting down. Rising up like a mushroom cloud. Going nuclear. Lighting up this town. S I S X 0. Okay. Hold on. Snap. That'll do for now. I can change it later. Hey. Holy shit. I was hoping to do some of the boot today, but apparently today the boot will not blend. That's... Or maybe it will. I'm not sure yet. We'll see. But that's not bad. That's not bad. I'm pretty impressed with myself. My God. My goodness. I am pretty darn impressed with myself. Honestly. I really like how this looks. It's got good vibes. I don't know why I've still got this panel here. Why do I still have this panel here? Oh, right, because I do want to add a vent here. Okay. City, a kingdom to be shown. Blue skies still float on by, the streets all paved in gold, where under the smiles fair and pretty, our teeth so very white, into the palms of our burden next they bite. Baptized in the water, they drain in the well, built up your heaven on the back of hell. Divine is the daughter, the dream that you sell. You built up your heaven on the back of hell. Okay. Interior off. That is the wrong selection tool. Okay, give me an extrusion. Oops, that is not the angle I meant to extrude at. There we go. Okay, and then we move that extrusion backwards. Complete that edge. Face of time and space and all that's in between. Dimensions twist and turn amidst the waves of one foreseen. Okay. Delete those edges as well. A little bit speedy on the camera there. Okay, hold on. R Z. Oh, no. S X0. Oh, no. SY0. Yes. Okay. That is now aligned. So now do this. Yes, that technically works. It's being a bit weird about it. This. To alignment that. Okay. Well, okay, does this mean that this isn't actually vertical? Mostly that wouldn't necessarily surprise. S Y 0. Oh shit. Nope. S Z 0. Oh. Okay, what did that do? Oh, sort of slapped it down to the middle. Okay, not what I. Just like you to align perpendicular. SX0. Nope, that just flattens you. Okay. I guess I'll have to do it individually. SY0. Odd. It is. So that means this is what isn't. There we go. That'll do. Probably. Okay. Okay. Now, after all of that, we can bevel this edge. It's only taken... how long? 3 years? I got distracted halfway through. It's fine. I got distracted while I was trying to bevel the edge, and then we made pipes instead. Which, to be fair, the pipes look cool. I really should have done this earlier. Okay, and then we bevel on 1. Okay, it is working. Just need to be a little closer so that I can see what I'm doing. Oh, wait, no, it's being weird. Hold on. Shift N. There we go. Okay. Now are you going to... You're being weird again. You're allowing this one this time, but you're not allowing that one. For some reason. Don't know why. Maybe I should just bevel the exterior for the moment. Leave it at that till later, when I actually have reason to bevel the internal section. Although, bonnet section we can definitely bevel the internals off. So maybe we do there we go. Nicely beveled. Cool. Yeah, maybe, but at the end of the day, it's not that much of an issue. It just makes a little thing here. And I can live with that. For the moment, this needs to link up here. It's not exactly what it needs to do, but eventually we'll have the window frame coming up here and in the middle. Actually, we do have the windshield. We could take a look at how that looks. Okay. Edit mode. Slide this back to about there. Scale. Bring that down a little bit. Yeah, the windshield is definitely not going to fit the visual of the vehicle that I have. But it gives a nice indication of how this car is going to end up looking. This slant is a little too harsh, I think, for this vehicle. So this is kind of what we're looking at as our end game plan. So at the moment, we've got most of the bodywork here done. We need to do some internal pieces here. I might just challenge myself with this one, go with an elven druidic Duesenberg with branches and such as trim. That sounds really interesting, Lister. I wish you the best of luck with that. That sounds cool. Okay. Hold on. Yeah, this slant is a little too much. What we're looking for is something more like this, I think. There. Yeah. We turn on the interior. That's actually a little too high now. So if we bring it down, put it in. Scale-wise. No. That's not allowing me to adjust the curvature, really. But that isn't bad, actually. That visual. I really think we're getting somewhere. No, it wasn't much of an explanation, to be fair, Lister. I was just rambling. But it is getting... I'm surprisingly excited by this vehicle. Like, surprisingly excited by this vehicle. The pipes... On the Duesenberg, the pipes have sort of this ridge. I think we can texture that on. I don't think that's going to be too much of an issue. What I am a little... Oh, gods. What I am a little worried about is the bonnet, because the bonnet needs hinges here, sort of in 3 places, realistically. And then it needs to sort of mesh along this line. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, that's for sure. I'm honestly really satisfied with the work that has been achieved today. There's a few small itty bitty bits that to be adjusted on the interior. This really shouldn't be poking out the side. Yeah, it is coming along nicely. Considering this is my first proper Blender project, I think I'm doing concerningly well. Delete edges. Delete those edges as well. There's not too much attached to those. Yeah. Now there is this in here. And we need to sort of make the internals look a bit more good. But realistically, that's not going to take too much work. And all we need to really do with this part is... Oh, no, not bevel. Not bevel. Move. There we go. And that's all covered up. Ooh. Okay, the pipes in the floor might be an issue, though. Those are... That's fine. I was planning on adjusting them anyway. Yeah. Okay. Edit to object. Back to the body. Edit mode. On the pipes. Delete those vertices. Delete those vertices. Yeah, that's about where they all merge-ish. Oh gods. That's okay, I need to merge these, otherwise that's gonna be nuts. Ooh. So, merge at center. Merge at center. Hooey. Oh boy. For the straight section, it would be better to cut a bunch of it out and just extrude a new piece. Yes, as a matter of fact, I'm entirely in agreement with you. I just need to figure out where I want to put it. I think we might route it around and down the middle. It's a lot of verts to clean up, yes. I don't mind doing it, though. It tells me that I'm doing something right. At center. And actually, let's see. So everything from this point merge to center. This. Right. To do that from the side. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. I missed a few, that's fine. No? That I can live with. Maybe. Honestly, that's about as much cleanup as I can really do on the pipes, considering this mess. I think that should be fine, though. Okay. So, with that in mind, let's pull this out a bit. And then we will scale it down. So that we can turn it into exhaust. Okay, hold on. Add idea. I need a good view. Okay, rotate. There we go. And that should mean we can pipe that around the corner and down. Retopology is a problem for later, TM. I don't know what retopology is. I will assume it is not currently important. Okay. Extrude. No, actually, we won't extrude. We will... Okay. Extrude. Topology is the mathematical science of surfaces. In the 3D modeling world, retopologizing is where you remake a mesh over the primary object, focusing on good loop design, adding/removing vert density, etc. You mean I'm gonna have to rebuild this whole fucking thing? I don't want to rebuild the whole fucking thing. That's a lot of work. I already... Only if you want to. Oh, good. It means I can be inefficient. That's wonderful. I like it. Okay. Extrude. Wait, no. Hold on. Take. Just give me this section. There we go. Why? Actually, I should do that. Okay. Okay. Okay, that fits. Thankfully. Actually, I can probably bevel this corner. Need to get the rotation on it right first. The exhaust, for example, you would run manual tube extrudes over the high poly model, matching as close as possible, and honestly, it's nothing to be worried about at this point, especially with a first-time model. Topology is something modelers spend decades trying to master. Got it. Alright. Okay, let's scale this. No, that's rotation. I said scale. There we go. And now bevel. Oh, nice. Okay, let's go for 3 segments on the bevel. Neat. Actually. There we go. Yeah. That looks pretty damn good. Not entirely sure how it hooks in yet, but it's fine. Probably. Okay. Let's extrude this all the way down. Alt-S is an alternate scaling mode. If normal scaling is giving weird results, can give it a try sometimes as an alternative. Okay, I will bear that in mind. Okay, right. Let us extrude. On x-axis, please. No, that's trying to bevel the bloody... There we go. Whee! Well, I've gone through a bunch of components there. Might be an issue. What can we do there to fix that? Maybe if we go through the side here? I know that the Pacific Drive car goes up and into the, and then down. Into the body and then down again. Okay. So we get to here, and everything's fine. Control, can use Control to add an edge loop, then move it around stuff. Control R to add an edge loop. Okay. X, Control R. Wait, hold on. Control R. I'm gonna not think about that for a moment, actually. Oh, fuck. Okay, let's see. We fit under here? No, we can't. I mean, it doesn't, honestly, it doesn't need to be this realistic at the end of the day. It literally just needs to look like it fits. Like, there's a lot of parts of the Pacific Drive card that I've realized are only meant to look like they fit, but don't actually. Which I suppose makes sense, but yeah. Oh, what the? Okay. X. Oh, that's the spinny. Okay. Hold on. X and R. Ooh. Can I rotate by Y? I can. I need to rotate on the Z axis though. Okay. So, in this section, our best bet, as far as I can tell, is to go under here. Sort of down to here-ish. And then keep extruding along the x-axis. Okay, that might work, but we need to... And that can just mesh under there, so it looks like it's being secured in. X. Oh. Oh, wait, no, that scaled it to 0. I need to rotate it to 0. The z-axis. Preferably align with that, I suppose. There we go. Oh, bugger. What have I done there? Okay, there we go. That'll do. Okay. And then one more extrusion. And move it out to the side like this. There we go. It's a weird exhaust system, but you know, this is a weird car, so I'm not that fussed. Okay, let's give this a bevel, please. Actually, we'll rotate it first and then we'll give it a bevel. Okay, rotate. Rotate. And then bevel. Oh yeah, no, this is good. Okay, and this one here. Does this need to be rotated a little bit? So yeah, it needs to be rotated. Then bevel. Oh yeah, no, that looks good. I like that. And then a small bevel here, just for this to not look quite so funky. Okay, and do a 1 bevel. Actually, no, we'll do a 2. That doesn't look too bad at all, actually. I can't put in the rest of the exhaust yet because I don't know where the edge of the boot is, and that's gonna need sort of a little more exploration. I feel like those are some very small exhaust pipes for what is essentially the monster engine. But it's fine, probably. Definitely wouldn't absolutely choke the car if it tried to drive with this. Oof. Goddamn. I like this though. It's honestly looking really good. I'm thoroughly enjoying this. I could have beveled this section. That's fine. It's clunky and it's my first attempt and me realizing how I can do things better. It's good. I like it. Yeah. Goddamn. I don't know how well this is going to perform in-game, considering the amount of vertices in it. I don't even know how I'm gonna texture this thing. Oh, gods. That's gonna be a challenge. but it looks good. Honestly, it really does. Let's take a look at the original and see how far we've come. So this was what we started with, essentially. And honestly, we probably need to do a little more work in the engine bay, just because this is a little more stylistically ideal. But we've gone from this as our starting point to this, which definitely looks a lot less chunky. And I definitely do think that we'll need to add some visual struts into the engine bay at some point. Maybe some along the back here, like a curved strut that goes along the back. But overall, I'm really liking that. Honestly, this looks really fucking cool. I'm really happy with this. I'm really happy with my abilities. I'm impressed. I'm impressed with myself. And I'm not impressed with myself often, to be quite honest. Some days it's very difficult to be impressed with myself. But today I am impressed. God down. God down. Ah, oh, that's beautiful. That is beautiful. I love it. 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 Ah, oh, yes. Okay, so we need to add a panel here, just decorative at some point. We need to add a small vent port here, which will be decorative as well, but that's something to think about later. We need to figure out the door situation, the hinges, all of that. Yeah, that's a future thing. Because this is gonna be weird for a door. What I might do is I might make it so that put the hinges here and here, and the door will come down here and it'll open inwards, and this part will be essentially pushed inwards so that the door has a space to open into, which might work. Might work. That's just a weird lighting situation, apparently. It is not a gap, it's just a weird lighting situation. I don't know why it's doing that, though. What is going on? Oh, is that why there's a weird lighting situation? Hold on. Yeah, maybe. That's definitely not meant to be there, that's for sure. Hold on. Chassis body. Delete. Huh, yeah. Interesting. Why was that there? There we go. Fixed. Nice. Confusing, but nice. Odd. If you see flickering, it's overlapping polys. It was not what I was thinking of, but yeah, the Z fighting is something that I will have to address later on. It's nothing major, and honestly, it's under the car, so it usually won't be even visible. But I will... Actually, it's just this section. I'll do that now. Then I don't have to think about it later. So I will probably forget if I... That's part of the front fender frame, yes. Edit mode. Let's grab the surfaces. Actually, no, I can't grab the surfaces because these aren't surfaces. These are Solidified modify things. That, and that. Hide those. In there. And that's still inside the whole thing. Yeah, it is. Nice. And then we can just turn this back on. Save. Back to object mode. I'm really happy with this. This looks honestly really good. Let me... Chassis body. Edit. P selection. Oh, wait, no. That's... I've selected it while not being in the wireframe mode, and it's gone with selection. There we go. Okay, and this is forward panel empty. It's not the actual panel, because the paneling for this vehicle is an entirely separate thing. The paneling will be... So, the way the Pacific Drive car works is it has 3 panels on the front and then 2 panels on the back. With the panels being like mountable pieces. The 3 panels on the front are the side panels and the bonnet. What I'm going to do is I'm going to essentially make that into... it's still going to be 3 panels. Actually, it might have to be 4, depending on how the bonnet works. But essentially, it's going to be... The front fenders will be the paneled sections now. And the bonnet will be. Now, depending on how things go, I may have to do 2 panels for the bonnet, because I might not be able to give it an opening animation that is intended, which is the one that basically opens like in the middle. So that is a thought. Then we will have another 2 panels for the rear fenders, and we'll have another 2 panels for the running boards. Although I may just make it so that the rear fenders also make the running boards, so we don't have to have as many pieces. Mainly for gameplay mechanics, because the panels can get damaged over time. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not sure yet. And then we have 5 doors. We have the boot, and we have 4 individual doors, which I will need to model as well. Then we have the bumpers, both front and rear. Then we have the lights, thankfully only at the front. And then we have the wheels. Now, I don't think I need to change any of the wheels. But that might be where I'm wrong. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff that I am going to have to change. But the wheels seem to, like, at least the basic wheels seem to fit in the wheel wells relatively well. I know that the armored wheels are, like, much thicker, but I don't think they'll look bad as long as I don't, like, let the fenders intersect with them. Should be fine. Actually, I think I can grab one of the heavy wheels. Import. Mesh files, wheels. Off-road, power grip. Resist that? Is this what I'm looking for? Oh no, these are anti-flat tires. That's not what I'm looking for. Off-road maybe? Or power grip. Let's take a look at off-road. Those are probably the chunkiest tires that we have. Oh, yeah, those do be chunky. Okay, shift those. And let's see how they look in the wheel well. Ooh, wow. Okay, yeah, you are substantially chunky. Okay. I don't think I'll need to... Like, it's very much visible as being, like, beyond the edge. But it's not insanely so. I think that should be fine. God damn, that'll look interesting, though. Oh! It's not bad. It's not bad. It needs work. But, you know, I've said that before. I'll say it again before before this project's over. Probably. I would like to see if I can... I would like to see if I can adjust the interior to fit that curve very quickly. Actually, hold on. Before we do that... let's move this inwards. Because we have the bracket edge now that we can use to make that work. So if we put that there, that steering wheel's almost centered. Couple of small bits that will need to be cleaned up, but that's fine. Okay. Okay, and we want that to there, right? So this is what the internals look like at the moment. So it definitely needs some work. Like a lot of this can probably be moved into this area, maybe. We'll have to see. I know that a lot of the mounting stuff for the passenger seat items will need to be moved around. And we definitely need this dashboard to slant downwards. So it'll need to arc. So there's gonna need to be a lot of changes. But that's alright. I don't mind that. There's a lot of items as well that sit inside the vehicular cabin. That I'm going to need to adjust as well. And the collisions and targetability for those things as well, which is... that's going to be a lot. That's going to be a lot of work. But I don't mind that. And honestly, that looks pretty nice. It's got good vibes, and I'm happy with that. I'm very happy with that, actually. Oh. I am half tempted to make the roof a panel as well, so that it can actively get ripped off if you're not careful, but maybe not. Actually, if I make the roof if I make it a convertible, I could do that. No, that's silly. There's stuff on the roof. It needs that. Roof is required, because you can put stuff there. Okay. I am pretty damn happy with this. This looks really fucking cool, actually. And yeah, I like it. It's gonna take a while before we get to a point where I'm like, yes, this is perfect, but honestly, this is pretty good. Yeah. No, this is pretty fucking cool, actually. Interior needs work. I might swap some of the seat situation as well, because I don't know about these seats. Yeah. Goddamn. Ah. Very pleased. Very pleased. I will also note, I have been streaming for 10 hours. I think I'm gonna call it. But if you've stuck around this long for some inane reason, thanks, I guess. And also, I hope you enjoyed me dicking around in Blender for 10 hours. Yeah. I'm gonna go Raider Wasted. Thank you very much for joining us this evening, everyone. Yeah. Night, everybody. It was a weird day. It was a weird day.